Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if indeed ordering the exact vehicle my clients want, exactly the way that they want it, is a crime, then they are, in fact, guilty! Order! Order in the dealership, I say! Order!
Order the vehicle you want the way you want it faster at Dutch Miller Kia.
W. Harley Miller Systems understands the need and desire for reliable and affordable smart home solutions. Secure your home with a security system and keep a close eye on your family. Automate your home with a Control4 system and have smart technology work as one. Set daily schedules to control your thermostats. Push a button and set the mood for dinner by dimming lights and playing music, or just sit back and enjoy a movie in your own home theater. Put decades of experience to work for you. Visit us at whmsystems.com or call 304-350-1931.
The following sports special is a broadcast presentation of Talk Radio WRNR Martinsburg.
Dear Lord, the battles we go through life.
Dear Lord, the battles we go through life.
We ask for a chance is fair.
We ask for a chance is fair.
Chance to equal our strife.
Chance to equal our strife.
Chance to do it there.
Chance to do it there.
We should win.
We should win.
Let it be by the code.
Let it be by the code.
Faith and honor held high.
Faith and honor held high.
We should lose.
We should lose.
Stand by the road.
Stand by the road.
Cheers, the winners go by.
Cheers, the winners go by.
Day by day.
Day by day.
We get better and better.
We get better and better.
So we can't beat.
We can't beat.
Boom, beat.
Who let the dogs out? It's time for the excitement of West Virginia high school football, featuring the AAA Martinsburg Bulldogs. To get you ready for today's play-by-play action, we'll bring you interviews, in-depth analysis, and important game information on the pregame show. So let's get things started by going to the stadium and join our Talk Radio WRNR broadcast team.
And a very pleasant good evening, everyone. Welcome in to Coburn Field at David M. Walker Stadium. We are on the campus of Martinsburg High School, where tonight it is quarterfinal round action in the West Virginia State Class AAA football playoffs as the Martinsburg Bulldogs, the 2 seed, take on the 7 seed in the Spring Valley Timberwolves. For Talk Radio, WRNR and TV10 Sports, I'm Matt Miller along with Nick Verzolini, John Alderton on our upper camera. Isaiah Horner will be on our sideline camera. Spencer Dupuis with a camera and a mic down there as well. He is on the sidelines. Donna Schaffner is our on-site producer. And back at the studio, it is Colin McLaughlin. Well, the team is ready, and I'm sure both of these teams are ready, Nick, as they met just about 3 weeks ago. And for the Martinsburg Bulldogs, it's the only blemish on their record right now, coming in tonight at 10-1. And for Spring Valley, that was part of what now is a 5-game winning streak that sees them at 9-2.
Yeah, and you look at it, too. I mean, Martinsburg has pretty much beaten up on every team in the state except for the last 2 years when they played the Timberwolves. So this is certainly building to be a little bit of a rivalry as it had been before in terms of they met a lot in the playoffs. But, you know, Martinsburg had dominated the series. Now Spring Valley is starting to get some of those wins. So while this is a quarterfinal game, it feels almost like a semifinal or a final, because these are, you know, 2 of the top teams in the state, not only traditionally but also over the past, or also this season. I believe that these are really, you know, 2 of the top 5 teams in the state.
Well, you go back and check out the schedule for the Timberwolves, and it was a season-opening loss against Cabell Midland, 28-19. And we've already noted when we called this game 3 weeks ago, this Spring Valley team is running a totally different style of offense than they had run in prior years, and you wonder how much that may have impacted them against a very good Cabell Midland team.
Yeah, and that's one of their biggest rivals, too. So to start off your season against a team that is the 5th best team in the state this year, Cabell Midland, you know, that's tough to do that even if they were at home. And plus they are changing their offense. And, you know, Cabell Midland wants to run the football and be physical. So that's a tough game to start your year. Then you take on Parkersburg, who has one of the best players in the state, and Bryson Singer. You beat them. You know, you beat up on Riverside, which is to be expected. So you get that nice little win streak there in the middle of the season. That big win, I think, that kind of set the tone for their season, I think, was that South Charleston game, because not only did they beat South Charleston, but they beat them 53-8, and I don't think people expected that. And then a tough 9-6 loss to Huntington, who, you know, is a really good team this year as well. So, you know, this is a Spring Valley team that, while they are 9-2 now on the season, their 2 losses come to Huntington and Cabell Midland, who are obviously still playing, and 2 of the best teams in the state of West Virginia.
And they've got that win over Martinsburg, who is that number 2 seed. And for the Bulldogs, that win may have came as a little bit of a surprise at the end of the season because, as head coach Britt Sherman said, hey, look, if you'd have told me going into this season we would go 9-1, I would have taken it, because you looked at the likes of opening on the road at Salem. You looked at going to Highland Springs. You looked at that long trip going up to Riverside, Ohio, and then that even longer trip down to Spring Valley, and you wondered how would the Dogs fare in those. Well, going 9-0 into that Spring Valley game, that loss really, I think, stung more than had they maybe lost earlier in the year on one of those other trips.
Yeah, and I think, too, that was, a game that had a lot going into it. Obviously, Spring Valley came up here last year and got the win. And, that was not even a game that was really supposed to happen. COVID kind of led to that. So they wanted to prove that they were the best team still in the state of West Virginia, and obviously they came up short, but a lot went into that game. It was bad field conditions. Martinsburg had a 14-point lead. They turned it over 5 times and lost by 5. So you look at it from that perspective, and as bad as the Dogs played after getting that 28-14 lead, they still only lost by 5, and give credit to Spring Valley, obviously, for coming back. But, Martinsburg had that game. They had it in control, and I think they just, for whatever reason, let the foot off the gas pedal and let Spring Valley back into this football game. And this is a very good Spring Valley team, so you can't do that against really good teams. I think maybe Martinsburg got used to, having, once they get a 14, 21-point lead, to just, okay, we can cruise to victory. But you can't do that against a team like this. So I think it was a nice wake-up call for this Bulldog team heading into the playoffs.
I would say that they woke up when you look at the opening round of playoff matchup last Friday night when the Bulldogs put 42 points on the board in the second quarter, had a 57-0 halftime lead, and rolled to an 83-20 victory over Parkersburg South. But likewise, the Timberwolves kept their string going with their 5th straight win. They dominated Princeton by a 56-14 final. So both of these teams riding high coming into this quarter-final round matchup. And the two teams right now out on the field and going through some of their pregame warm-ups. Well, down on that sideline is Spencer Dupuis. Let's check in with him, see if we can get an idea of what the atmosphere is like. So let's see if we can check in. I'm watching Spencer from here, and I'm not sure that he is getting my walkie-talkie feed, so I don't know that we'll be able to go to him. So we'll go ahead and take a break. On the other side of the break, we'll find out what else is going on in the AAA playoffs. It's our check of the playoff schedule. Our pregame show brought to you by W. Harley Miller Systems, providing custom integration services like home and office automation, home theater, networking, audio-video distribution, and more. Phone them at 304-350-1931 or visit WHMSystems.com. This is West Virginia High School Playoff Football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
W. Harley Miller Systems understands the need and desire for reliable and affordable smart home solutions. Secure your home with a security system and keep a close eye on your family. Automate your home with a Control 4 system and have smart technology work as one. Set daily schedules to control your thermostats. Push a button and set the mood for dinner by dimming lights and playing music, or just sit back and enjoy a movie in your own home theater. Put decades of experience to work for you. Visit us at WHMSystems.com or call 304-350-1931.
Mayhem is everywhere.
I'm your new bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs? Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596.
Ollie's VIP Northside is the best local spot to catch all of your favorite high school, college, and pro sports, or to hang out with friends. Ollie's has a great beer and cocktail menu, along with a food menu that will blow you away. Ollie's offers multiple TVs to watch the game of your choice from anywhere at the bar, or their outdoor patio with cornhole and fire pit. So stop by and see for yourself today at 36 Veronica Drive in Martinsburg. That's Ollie's VIP Northside. We'll see you for the game.
When will I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How do I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm Philip McCoy, financial advisor with the Mirius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
Welcome back to the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. It's time for the check of the playoff schedule, brought to you by Rock's Local Markets. Fast, fresh, friendly. Our matchup tonight features the number 7 ranked Spring Valley Timberwolves taking on the number 2 Martinsburg Bulldogs. Martinsburg enters the game with a record of 10-1, and Spring Valley is 9-2. The Timberwolves bested the Bulldogs in their regular season matchup, but have never defeated Martinsburg in the postseason. Other matchups going on around the Mountain State tonight. Number 1 Huntington takes on number 9 George Washington. George Washington was the only team to get a win on the road last week. The Patriots will attempt to do it again tonight, but it will be a tough task. In the regular season, the Highlanders were victorious over GW 30-14. The third playoff game being played tonight features number 5 Cabell Midland making the trip to Morgantown to take on number 4 University. University is 11-0 this season, and Cabell Midland's lone loss was to number 1 Huntington, 21-17. Tomorrow, the other EPAC team that qualified for the postseason, the number 6 ranked Jefferson Cougars, are in action as they travel to number 3 Bridgeport. Bridgeport holds a 11-0 record this season, and Jefferson's only loss was to number 2 Martinsburg. The Cougars played the closest first-round matchup, beating Hurricane by a score of 31-18 last week. Here's Jefferson head coach Craig Hunter on the victory.
It just shows the changeover and the maturity level in the guys. The changeover in the fact that these guys in the past truly hadn't had a lot of success in the past, but were able to and have been able to do this all year, fight through adversity, where sometimes 2 years ago when adversity hit them, they might not have been able to fight through it. So now them understanding that they can fight through it, they can overcome some adversity, that they continue to push, they continue to fight. It happened for us on Saturday.
The Cougars will be challenged this week with trying to defend the tough rushing attack of Bridgeport. While they face similar offenses in the regular season, not many teams run the single wing with the same efficiency.
But we have seen the single wing before. They're very efficient in what they do. Like I said, they're very good at the single wing, and they give you a lot of different variations of run plays with their single wing. So we just have to play gap assignment football, and that's what we've been preaching to the kids so far. And we have to tackle and be stout.
That will do it for the check of the playoff schedule, brought to you by Rock's Local Markets. Rock's fast, fresh, friendly. We'll be back with more on our matchup between Martinsburg and Spring Valley on the other side of this break. This is West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and WRNR TV on YouTube.
What's gotten into Ralph?
Rock's $8.99 monthly coffee subscription.
Are you considering selling your home and don't know where to start? Then call Chris Ross and the Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. A Martinsburg High School graduate, Chris knows the local market, and he's proven it as #1 real estate team in West Virginia in 2019. Phone Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams at 304-579-7349 or go to callchrisross.com. Let's celebrate your real estate milestone together.
Did you know there are 2 Santas? It's true. There's bad Santa and there's good Santa. How does one Santa get bad tagged onto his name? And how does the other Santa get good tagged onto his name? Hi, I'm Lori from Bechtel Jewelers. Here's the difference. Bad Santa delivers things like appliances to women on Christmas morning, or dishes or towels. Bad Santa has delivered snow shovels, jumper cables, and even car care kits. Good Santa delivers gifts that makes her eyes get very big, make her pulse go very fast, make her heart very excited. Good Santa's gifts bring kisses and hugs and all kinds of things very fun. Women love Good Santa, and at Bechtel Jewelers, Good Santa has stocked our cases with those kinds of gifts. Pendants and bracelets and earrings and rings, diamonds and gemstones that sparkle and shine. Santa baby, you rock the house. Give the woman you love the good stuff. Don't be a bad Santa. Be good, really good. At Bechtel Jewelers, Route 11 South in Inwood, home of Good Santa.
She's a real go-getter.
Rock's $8.99 monthly coffee subscription.
We welcome you back into Coburn Field at David M. Walker Stadium, where we get ready for AAA quarterfinal round matchup with the Martinsburg Bulldogs and the Spring Valley Timberwolves. Time for us to take a look at the visiting team, and that would be Spring Valley, making that very long trip here to the Eastern Panhandle. And, Nick, for a lot of teams, you may think that could be an issue, but this team made this very same trip a year ago, got off the bus, and handed Martinsburg a 22-20 loss. I think that probably played a part in their decision to play on a Friday night here in this one.
Yeah, well, when we talked to Matt Perry, the play-by-play voice for Spring Valley on the Sports Mix today, he told us that there was never a question that if Spring Valley won last week that they were going to play on Friday night. They just felt more confident that they could make that trip and do that again, opposed to staying in the night in the hotel. And really, that's up to individual teams and what they think. I guess their guys will best adjust to. And for Spring Valley, they elected to go with get off the bus and play football as opposed to get off the bus, stay in a hotel, and then play the next day. So I think that's usually a good decision to keep that same Friday night type feel. It keeps your preparation the same. But it is a short week this week for Spring Valley. So that was kind of my lone concern if I was making that decision, was you get one less day to prepare, but also you've already played this Martinsburg team. So I don't know. I think it's an interesting decision, but I think you got to make the best decision you feel for your program.
And no doubt this is a good football team and a good football program. These are the top two programs in the Mountain State in AAA over the last 6 seasons. For Spring Valley, 60 wins and 10 losses, including 12-4 in the postseason. State runner-up in 16, 17, and 18. Of course, all of those against Martinsburg, and then reached the semifinals in 2019 before last year being ousted after that first round, which, again, they didn't lose on the field. It was COVID that stopped their season. Much the same for Martinsburg, as the Bulldogs over the last 6 seasons are 71-2 in 73 games, including 18-0 in the postseason, undefeated state championships in 16, 17, 18, and 19, and then last year went 5-1 as they suffered their only loss against Spring Valley, and now this year 10-1, and once again that only loss against the Timberwolves. And Nick, this is a team that in years past was run-dominated, run, and this year they are very, very balanced.
Yeah, I mean, they got two of the best wide receiver tight ends in the state. Ty Bartram, a kid with 49 catches, 930 yards. That's 19 yards of reception, 16 touchdowns. He had 4 of them against Martinsburg. And Corbin Page, their tight end, with 29 catches, 473 yards, and 6 touchdowns. Bartram going to Harvard on a full ride, and Corbin Page, I believe, has an offer from WVU. So, you're talking about two of the better athletes in the state, and we're going to see a ton of great athletes tonight on the field between these two teams. So that's kind of allowed them to go this up-tempo passing attack. And Dalton Fouch, the junior quarterback, has pretty much already broken every passing record at Spring Valley. Most of the records held by Tyler Brown, who ended up being a linebacker for Marshall. But, Fouch, 32 touchdowns this season, 2,100 yards passing, just 4 picks, and he's a junior that's helped them expand that passing attack. And, of course, they didn't have as big of an offensive line as they've had in the past, so they wanted to change it up a little bit this year, and it certainly helped their team. I think it's been a big advantage for them.
I want to know how many years they would have to add together and calculate to get 2,139 passing yards, which is what Fouch has thrown for this season, as you just mentioned. I guarantee that's got to be 10 years worth of passing totals for this Spring Valley football program. And I tell you, we've been watching Fouch in these warm-ups. As a junior, he is a good-looking quarterback, throws a very nice ball. Martinsburg is going to have to find a way, obviously, to contain him. But you mentioned earlier, 5 turnovers for the Bulldogs the last time that these two teams met. This is a defense that has 16 interceptions on the season as a whole, and 4 of those have been returned for touchdowns, and Ty Bartram has 8 of those interceptions and has returned 3 of those for score. This is a very good defensive team as well as what they can do offensively.
Yeah, they've shown some great stuff on offense, but you can't forget about this Spring Valley defense, and you look at them, they've only given up 3 yards a carry on rushing plays. They average about 6 yards a play on passing plays. So they've been very good defensively, pretty much all season. Now, they don't get a ton of pressure on the quarterback, which could be an issue going up against Ezra Bajan, because if you give him time, he can really light up your defense. But they play, smart football on the defensive end, and they don't make a whole lot of mistakes, which leads to a good defense.
Let's check in down on the sideline. We have been able to connect with Spencer Dupuig, and clearly it's the playoffs, and that atmosphere is here, and the cold weather is here as well. Spencer.
Yeah, that atmosphere is here down on the sidelines as both teams warming up. The Spring Valley side, some people making the trek. I'm not too certain how many people are going to be making that trek, but the away stands filling up, and as always, the home stands for Martinsburg getting filled up right now. The fans getting riled up, and the players on the field getting warmed up. Definitely a cold night down in the 30s, and up to you guys in the booth.
This has got to be the most anticipated matchup, certainly in AAA. Maybe you look at AA and Single A and find some games in this quarterfinal round that have some intrigue as well. But this is a matchup that easily could have been found in that semifinal or maybe even in the state championship. A lot on the line here tonight in this one. It's win or go home as Martinsburg hosts Spring Valley. Well, Timberwolves head coach Brad Dingess is in his 14th year leading the program. Nick, you and Spencer had a chance to catch up with him earlier this week, and we will hear that conversation with Coach Dingess after this 2-minute timeout. This is the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show in West Virginia high school playoff football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
When you've been in a wreck, you're hurting, you're confused, the insurance company's calling you.
Insurance companies are not your friend. They have a duty to their shareholders, not to you. That's why you need to call us to make sure that you are maximizing what you are entitled to.
We've recovered over $100 million for our clients. Every case is different, no result is guaranteed. But one thing's for sure, we'll treat you like family.
This is Ben Copenhaver, your local alarm professional at Dynamark Atlantic Security. Did you know that home break-ins are 6% more likely during the day? That's right. The bad guys know when you're away, and they are smarter than you think. Dynamark Atlantic Security has the security solutions for you. Don't commit the error when the game is on the line. Phone me today at 304-671-2158 to learn how to play good defense against the bad guys. Dynamark Atlantic Security. Call today at 304-671-2158.
Whether you're heading to a high school, college, or professional football game, Johnny's has all your tailgating go-tos. Delicious wings, meatballs, shrimp, burgers, and dogs. Plus, Johnny's has everything you need to serve it all up. Party trays, utensils, plates, cups, and more. Stop by either of our 2 great locations, 1456 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, and Route 11 South in Chambersburg.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
Welcome back to the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. We're now joined by Spring Valley head coach Brad Dingess. Our conversation brought to you by Parsons Ford. They became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons. So big win for you guys over Princeton last week in the first round. What did you kind of take away from that game?
We went out and did what we needed to do to, advance. But anytime you can win a playoff game is big. I thought we played pretty well on both sides of the football. Like I said, did what we needed to do to win, played a pretty clean ball game.
And again, your defense playing well for you guys, which has been kind of your strength all year. What'd you kind of see out of your defense in that game that allowed them to take care of a pretty good quarterback and a solid Princeton offense?
We were able to get pressure on him, kind of took the run game away for them pretty early and made them one-dimensional. When you make a team one-dimensional like that and was able to get pressure on him and kind of pin our ears back and go, we were able to get up on him a little early too, so it kind of put them in some pressure situations and made them kind of take chances. We had a couple of turnovers, and we've been able to do that for the most part all year, which has helped. It's teams that are balanced that can give you a little bit more trouble.
And especially if you guys kind of transitioning to more of a balanced offensive attack, and you've been able to do that with some really good wide receivers and, of course, your quarterback, Dalton Fouch, playing well for you as well. So how has that helped this year to kind of surprise some teams, because obviously you guys are known for running the football?
It might be the best skill group, offense and in the secondary, that I've had in the 14 years I've been here. Overall, I mean, we've had some kids that could run and catch, and we've had quarterbacks that get the football to some people, but we've never had them all together. I've had some quarterbacks in the past that could throw, but we didn't have nobody to throw it to, or some kids could run and catch but didn't have a quarterback to get them the football. So it's not really changing the playbook. I mean, we've always had this stuff in. It's just kind of the whole package. And, we've been blessed to have a lot of really good offensive linemen in the past. And not that our kids aren't good this year. I think our O-line's done a great job for what we've got. But, we're a little down up front. We don't have as much size of what we had. So it's kind of hard to get in there and run our true, our base stuff that was more of our wing T stuff. I mean, we still get in every once in a while, but live and die by it like we have in the past. We had to get a little bit more creative and open some things up.
Past two times you guys have played Martinsburg, obviously you've been able to win. And how much confidence do you think that kind of gives your team heading into this playoff game, knowing that you've been able to beat and be competitive with a team like Martinsburg?
It helps a little bit, but regular season and playoffs are a different animal. And I don't know when the last time Martinsburg lost a home playoff game. I would venture to say that most of these kids that will be playing in this game weren't alive when that happened. So there's a reason why they played in so many state championships. It's just it's a hard place to play there, especially in the postseason. And it's definitely a tall task. But our kids aren't going to back down. They're going to go up there and give it all we got. Hopefully we can have look for the same outcome we've had the last two times we played.
What did you kind of take away from the last game that you guys played, obviously coming back from 14 down and holding on to win there at the end?
That was a great high school football game. I mean, it's a great one to be a part of, even as a fan to watch. I mean, that was a fun ball game. But it took 5 turnovers and by them and none for us, and catch some breaks. But I tell you what, I've seen it a lot. It's happened to us a couple of times when we played them when we got down, and you can kind of feel it slipping away. And our kids did a good job of blocking that out and kept grinding and fighting and finding a way back in the ball game. That's what Martinsburg does so well, is they get a lead and, man, they just put their foot on their neck and go for it. And we were able to stop that and limit, for the most part. They're going to get some big plays, but if you can limit the big plays and not give out any stupid plays on special teams and stuff, it give you a chance to stay in a ball game, and we were able to do that.
What will be some keys for you guys to win this week? Obviously making the trip up here and coming in on a short week.
We just can't turn the ball over. We got to have some drives to where we keep their offense off the field and just play good, clean football. Hopefully we can cause some turnovers, and if we do, we got to be able to capitalize on it. Take advantage of some situations. It's going to be two pretty good football teams. I think it's a shame that this game's happening in the quarterfinals. I think it's more of a semifinal game, but it is what it is. I think that we had it figured out the outcome of the regular season. If we'd have lost that one, I think we'd end up the 8th seed and they'd end up the one that happened anyway. So, but we're excited to still keep playing. I got to coach my kids another week, and we're going to go up there and give it our best shot.
All right, Coach. Thank you, and good luck on Friday.
All righty. Thank you.
Thank you to Spring Valley head coach Brad Dingess for joining us on the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. Our conversation brought to you by Parsons Ford. They became number one by making you number one first. This is West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and WRNR TV on YouTube.
Erie Insurance says here's to the grown-ups who move, mortgage, mow, and still bust a move. But does your home insurance still fit? Erie helps you protect the home you've grown into, all at fair prices that are often less than the other guys. So how do you find the right coverage? Magic. Nope. Local independent agents who get to know you like this.
Your local Erie agent in Martinsburg is Smallwood & Small Insurance. Get a quote at smallwoodandsmall.com.
Erie Insurance.
The Mid-Atlantic Group has been serving the area's insurance needs for 40 years. We are an independent insurance agency, therefore we can offer insurance from many insurance companies. Find the right coverage at the right price with Easy Payment Plan. Located at 201 West Martin Street in Martinsburg, the Mid-Atlantic Group is easily accessible from Morgan, Jefferson, and Berkeley County. To set up an appointment with a local insurance professional, give them a call today at 304-267-8989. That's the Mid-Atlantic Group at 201 West Martin Street in Martinsburg. Let them help insure you today.
This is Chad Lovejoy, currently serving you in the West Virginia House of Delegates. It's been the honor of a lifetime to serve part of Wayne County and Charleston for the past 5 years. I've tried to be a strong voice for the communities of Westmoreland and Spring Valley, which are amazing places in West Virginia to live, work, and raise a family. Next spring, this House district will expand to include Cerrito and Canova, West Virginia's most livable small town and West Virginia's gateway to the West. I've consistently focused my service on our working families, local businesses, public schools, and our first responders. I've stood with our teachers and service personnel, police officers, EMTs, and firefighters, all serving on the front lines. I humbly ask for your vote for me, Chad Lovejoy, to return to the House of Delegates and use this experience for our entire region. Best of luck to the Timberwolves in today's game as we show what it really means to be Spring Valley strong.
Paid for by Lovejoy for House.
We are back again on the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. Matt Miller along with Nick Verzolini, John Alderton and Isaiah Horner on cameras, Spencer Dupuy, a camera and a mic on that sideline. He's pulling double duty. Colin McLaughlin is back at the studio, and Donna Schaffner is our on-site producer. So here we go. Let's take a look at the Martinsburg Bulldogs. We've seen a little, heard a little about this Timberwolves team, and it's been impressive. But let's not forget, Martinsburg has had a pretty good year as well, right? 10-1 on the year and coming in averaging 50 points a game while giving up about 16 points a game. And despite that loss against Spring Valley, as we mentioned, even with all the turnovers, still had an opportunity in the end. And as you said, Nick, maybe a wake-up call for Martinsburg. I think we'll find out pretty early in this game.
Yeah, I agree. And we saw last week's game, Martinsburg was able to get off to that quick start, especially that second quarter where they just pulled away from a team like Parkersburg South. Now, this is a much bigger challenge in Spring Valley this week, but, this is a really good Martinsburg football team. They played the toughest schedule in the state of West Virginia, if you want to look at the bonus points and stuff like that determines these rankings, and, came away with a 9-1 regular season. So, in their lone loss, they had the game, in control, and then obviously came up short. But, they played a tough schedule. They had a really good regular season, and last week they just completely dominated in the first round of the playoffs. I mean, all the games weren't very close, but this was 83-20, and it could have been a whole lot worse. So that kind of shows you how good of a team Martinsburg is, and I think that tonight is a chance to build on that first round win and continue to solidify themselves as the best team in the state.
We talked about Spring Valley being a pretty balanced offensive team. Martinsburg is the same way. 208 yards a game on the ground, about 261 through the air, or 469, just under 470 yards a game is what they are averaging. But when you go back to the matchup between these two teams 3 weeks ago, Martinsburg managed only 114 rushing yards, 202 passing yards. We'll see if they can get that ground game going a little bit better to open up that passing game in this one.
Yeah, that's going to be, I think, one of the keys for Martinsburg. And we know, too, Braxton Todd hasn't played, so that takes away one of their big-time playmakers. And they got a little bit pass-happy, I feel like, last game against Spring Valley. And, we talked about some of the good athletes on the Spring Valley side of the field. Martinsburg has the brothers Hudson and Murphy Clement, who can make a ton of plays. But I think Xavion Kendall's going to have to play a big role. If they can get him going on the ground and have that balanced attack, you never want to be one-dimensional, especially not against a really good defense in Spring Valley. So if you can get Kendall going, he'll have to step up, and it starts up front with that offensive line that just completely dominated last week, but this week they'll have pretty good a challenge up front.
We talked about it again. These teams kind of mirror images, if you will, in many ways. And so we talked about the defense for Spring Valley. This Bulldog defense equally as impressive. 83 rushing yards a game. And despite giving up the 323 yards through the air to Dalton Fouch and this Timberwolf team 3 weeks ago, Martinsburg still only allowing, on average, 104 passing yards a game, or about 186 total yards a game. Clearly, they'll have to make some adjustments from the last time these two teams met. But to make those adjustments, if they get back to Martinsburg football, you might say, this is a very tough defense for this Spring Valley offense to go against.
Yeah, when you look at the passing defense, the only thing that's really hurt them has been some big plays here and there. And, that is one of the things Coach Sherman wants to focus on this week, is not allow those big plays to guys like Bartram and Page down the field, because if you allow Spring Valley to spread it around and air it out, then that's just going to open up running lanes like we saw in that second half in that first matchup, where then they were able to get Shy going on the ground, Caldwell going a little bit as well, and go back to that more physical style. So you can't allow the big plays. And that's the only time where we've really seen this Martinsburg defense struggles. They've given up a few big plays in the secondary. They've had some injuries in the secondary, but they're very thin there. That's why when we saw the JV guys go in, pretty much the starters on the secondary were still in, because they just don't have that many guys that can play those spots. So, the secondary is going to be key tonight, and they'll have a tough matchup. But, they certainly have talent and can match up with these guys on Spring Valley.
You mentioned those injuries. Kai Walker, one of those defensive backs that would be in there. He has been out since very early in the season with that knee injury. And we still see Braxton Todd earlier as the teams were on the field in the jersey top, but just the regular street clothes as he remains out with injury. So two key parts of this Martinsburg offense and defense not going to be on the field in this one. But again, it's nothing new. Martinsburg has not had those two guys available through a large portion of this season, and this team still coming in with that record at 10 wins and 1 loss. And, of course, for Martinsburg, another streak on the line. Remember when Spring Valley came here last year, they snapped the Bulldog 57-game winning streak, which is a West Virginia state record for most consecutive wins in football. Right now, Martinsburg has won 33 consecutive playoff games here at home. Haven't lost a home playoff game since 2005 when they suffered a 26-21 setback at the hands of Hurricane. That's not too far from Spring Valley. Will Spring Valley be able to come up here and do the same thing? Well, we will wait and see. Looking at the clock, we're just a little under 25 minutes away from tonight's opening kick. Let's learn more about these Bulldogs. We'll hear from Britt Sherman, the Martinsburg head coach in his second season, 15 wins, just 2 losses. We'll also be hearing from a Bulldog player as we go in the huddle as well. Both of those interviews coming up after this 2-minute timeout as we continue with the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. This is West Virginia High School playoff football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
Hi, my name's Corey, and I'm here at Orsini's in beautiful Martinsburg, West Virginia. We no longer specialize in only appliances. We have kitchen design, countertops, cabinets, flooring, and even a new 1,200 square foot sleep studio with brands such as Stearns & Foster, Sealy, and Tempur-Pedic. 304-267-7251, 360 Hack Wilson Way in Martinsburg. We price match the big box stores, and we give back to our local community.
Orsini's.com.
Mayhem is everywhere. I'm your new bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs. Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596.
Ever try to collect on an insurance claim? Perhaps a homeowner's claim, auto accident, or fire. Insurance companies collect money from you for protection should something bad happen. And when it does, they don't want to pay, or they offer too little. At Mansion Ferretti, we have an attorney who worked defending insurance companies and knows all the dirty tricks they play to deny or lowball your claim. Call us today for help in getting what you really deserve. Mansion Ferretti, when you need justice.
Back to the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. We're now joined by head coach of the Martinsburg Bulldogs, Britt Sherman. Our conversation brought to you by Parsons Ford. They became number one by making you number one first. Parsons, coach, a dominating first-round performance for you guys. What was kind of some of the keys to you guys getting off to that great start?
Well, I think the major thing was focus and practice for the last 2 weeks with the bye week, and then the guys just getting themselves ready to come out and play.
That was kind of something that maybe was a little bit of a concern because you were coming off the loss and had the week off that you maybe would get off to a slow start, but you guys came out quickly and didn't look ahead to this week against Spring Valley.
Yeah, I mean, it's no use to sit around and feel sorry for yourself. You start figuring out, what we can do to get better and worrying about us, and we did that in the bye week, and then once we found out who we were playing, we really focused and scouted our opponent and just tried to expose their weaknesses.
What were some things that you wanted to expose, especially in that second quarter? Because it seemed like, as you guys had a pretty big size advantage, you were able to use that to your advantage and put up some points in that second quarter to really pull away.
Yeah, I mean, we played great defense, and then we just mixed up the run and the pass as much as we could. Try to get as many guys involved as what we could. But we've changed around a couple receiver spots, and those guys, responded really well.
You go to a lot of your second unit there in the second half, and while it was a little bit of a slow start for those guys, it seemed like once they settled in, they played some pretty good football, especially against their starters.
Yeah, and we played pretty much JV offense all second half. Ezra's got to go in because we don't have a lot of quarterbacks on the roster to hand the ball off a little bit, but they responded well. It was a little bit of a drop off, and then actually we don't really have a lot of guys in the secondary because of the injuries we've had. So some of those guys in there in the secondary returning some of those pick sixes were our varsity guys that kind of got placed back in and to stop some of the stuff they were doing.
So this week, Spring Valley, obviously, you guys have a lot of history of them beating you earlier in the season. So what's kind of the mindset heading into this game, knowing that while you had that game, you were came up a little bit short and weren't able to finish it?
Well, just focus and do the little things right. We didn't finish. We played a bad half that last part of that game, and that's on me. We just weren't prepared, and there weren't any excuses. We just didn't play real well. So what can we do to play better for an entire game this week has been the whole focus, this week.
What are some things that they do in particular well?
Well, they've changed themselves completely up. It's almost ironic that now that they're really good and proficient passing team, because it used to be, they'd grind it out and, you didn't know if you were going to get the ball for 12, 13 minutes. And, they were big, strong, and run the ball a lot. And, now they've just completely flip-flopped to a proficient passing game. Still have the ability to run the ball. They run the ball well still. But, their defense is pretty much the same as it's always been. They've always been tough, multiple. But their offense switching up to the passing game has really been their biggest, impact in what they've been doing.
And besides wanting to play the full 4 quarters, is there anything else that you think would be important to get a win this week?
Yeah, not turn the ball over. We can't make mistakes. That's the biggest thing on offense. And then we can't blow coverages on defense. We weren't getting much heat on their quarterback either. So we got to increase our pass rush, do better in coverage, and not make mistakes.
All right, Coach, good luck this week. Thanks for joining us. This portion of the pregame show brought to you by Parsons Ford. They became number one by making you number one first. This is West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and WRNR TV on YouTube.
Mayhem is everywhere.
Shiny new bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs? Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596.
The right attorney can make all the difference in the outcome of your case.
I called Sutton & Janelle, the best lawyers you could ask for.
Sutton & Janelle Attorneys at Law. 70 years of collective legal experience. Family law, criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, and mediation.
Sutton & Janelle got the most favorable outcome I could have expected.
Visit Sutton & Janelle's new historic location, 224 West King Street in Martinsburg. Online at suttonandjanelle.com. Sutton & Janelle Attorneys at Law. They value your rights and are passionate about your success.
Are you considering selling your home and don't know where to start? Then call Chris Ross and the Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. A Martinsburg High School graduate, Chris knows the local market, and he's proven it as #1 real estate team in West Virginia in 2019. Phone Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams at 304-579-7349 or go to callchrisross.com. Let's celebrate your real estate milestone together.
Ollie's VIP Northside is the best local spot to catch all of your favorite high school, college, and pro sports, or to hang out with friends. Ollie's has a great beer and cocktail menu, along with a food menu that will blow you away. Ollie's offers multiple TVs to watch the game of your choice from anywhere at the bar, or their outdoor patio with cornhole and fire pit. So stop by and see for yourself today at 36 Veronica Drive in Martinsburg. That's Ollie's VIP Northside. We'll see you for the game.
Welcome back to the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. We now go in the huddle with Bulldogs offensive and defensive lineman Christian Slack. Christian, last week it seemed like you guys were able to dominate up front, and that kind of set the tone for the ball game. Was that your mindset heading into the game?
Yeah, our whole thing was do your job, so everyone did really well with that, and I think we did really well. It's going to be the same thing this week.
What were some things that you think you were able to kind of take advantage of on offense and then on defense against them?
On offense, it was definitely their front because it really helped us get inside of them because of how they were set up there inside. And this week it should be the same because they line up just like them.
As an offensive lineman, being able to run the ball and have some big runs in the game, I know that can help you guys because most offensive linemen, they want to run the football.
Yeah. It's a big confidence booster being able to run the ball because it tells the other team you're just running it right down their throat. You're better than them.
So this week, Spring Valley, obviously a big history of you guys. Kind of been a thorn in your side over the last 2 times you met. So what's the mindset this week?
The mindset, like I said before, do your job. We're gonna block, tackle. That's about it.
Is there anything that you kind of take away from that first game? Obviously, you guys had a 14-point lead, and turnovers seem to really hurt you.
Yeah, honestly, our mindset now is can't give up on the game because all of us thought we had it won, and we really slowed down. You can tell. So we're going to keep our foot on the gas and go all the way through it.
From the offensive and defensive line perspective, they're a little bit smaller than they have been in the past, but still, a team that can, at times, like they did in that second half, really run the ball well. So. How do you think you guys match up with them?
I think it's going to be just like last time. We're going to shut down the run early and keep it just how it was.
And then anything in particular you're looking forward to about this Friday?
I'm looking forward for revenge and get them back for the 2 losses we had against them. So that's going to be fun.
All right, Christian, good luck, and thanks for joining us on In the Huddle. That was In the Huddle, brought to you by the Murius Group and Ameriprise Financial Services. Advisors John Everson and Phil McCoy. They're located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, or call them at 304-263-4343.
If you're in an accident, the first thing that you have to do is call 911. You have to get medical care immediately.
The next thing you need to do is call us. When you hire us at the Skinner Law Firm, what we do is we are going to investigate your case, and we're going to lay out the options that you have, all at no cost to you.
We will use all of our resources and all of our experience to get you what you deserve.
The Skinner Law Firm, SkinnerFirm.com.
Home Helpers of the Eastern Panhandle, making life easier for you, your family, and especially your loved ones that need their care. They are locally owned and searching for smiling faces to hire so that your loved one can stay in their home where they are the happiest. Call 304-433-8000 or visit homehelpershomecare.com/panhandle. Or you can visit them at 3192 Winchester Avenue right here in Martinsburg. Each office is independently owned and operated.
Let's go! Drink some beers! Mountaineer Grill and Pub!
Conveniently located right off 81 at 214 Mid-Atlantic Parkway, Mountaineer Grill and Pub offers many daily specials, including happy hour 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. with $2 domestic bottles and $2.50 domestic drafts. Monday night is trivia night, Thursday night is wing night, and Wednesday and Sunday night is steak night.
Let's go! Drink some beers! Mountaineer Grill and Pub!
This is Matt Miller, along with my wife, Dale.
As homeowners, we've been through the mortgage process several times, and each time we went to Mark and Cheryl Savitt at the Mortgage Center.
They treat you like family with personal one-on-one service, walking with you through the process from application to settlement.
Plus, low interest rates and closing costs.
The Mortgage Center is on Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg.
Phone 304-267-9040.
Or online at mortgagefinancing.com.
NMLS number 237527, equal housing lender.
We welcome you back in to David M. Walker Stadium and Coburn Field, home of the Martinsburg Bulldogs, getting ready for tonight's AAA quarterfinal round showdown as Martinsburg plays host to the Spring Valley Timberwolves. As we wrap up our W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show, time for Keys to the Game, a service of the Mortgage Center on Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg. Phone 304-267-9040. All right, Nick, let's figure it out. What are the keys for these two teams?
We'll start with Martinsburg. I think they need to do pretty much the opposite of what they did in that second half against Spring Valley last time. Take care of the football, right? 5 turnovers hurting the Bulldogs in that game. And, you know, if you take care of the football and you win the turnover battle, that obviously is usually a key to getting the victory. So I think Martinsburg needs to do that. And then number 2, they got to play the full 4 quarters. You know, we heard even from Christian Slack, like they felt like when they got up 14-0, they had the game. Or by 14 points, they had the game, but that is not the case when you play good football teams like Spring Valley. So you got to finish the football game. You got to play the full 4 quarters. And then for Spring Valley, I think they need to do what they did well in the second half, and that's control the football / time of possession. You know, if you're able to keep Martinsburg off the field, who has that quick first strike offensive mentality, that plays in your favor. So, you know, if they can control the ball by running the ball well and, you know, really taking a lot of time off the clock, that can play in Spring Valley's favor, and then get it to their playmakers. Everybody knows it, right? Ty Bartram, Corbin Page, those are the playmakers on this team. So, you know Martinsburg is going to be keying on them, but if you can still get them the football and have them have a big impact on the game, then those guys will make plays for you and give you a chance to win.
Let me throw one more in there. Big plays. You go back to that last matchup, and Martinsburg really didn't have the big play that we normally see from them, the long run, the long pass, and certainly we did see those big plays from Spring Valley. Which one of these two teams today is going to be the one to come up with the biggest of those big plays? Will both teams be able to break off a few? Possibly, I'm sure, but it may come down to one of those big kind of plays. There you go, keys to the game. They're brought to you by the Mortgage Center on Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg. The key to buying the right home is securing the needed financing with low interest rates and closing costs. Let Mark and Cheryl Savitt help you. Phone them at the Mortgage Center at 304-267-9040 or go online to mortgagefinancing.com. All right, very quickly, one final note on this one. It is the 8th meeting between these two teams. First time they met, round 1 of the playoffs back in 2002. Martinsburg got the win right here in that one. 48-13 was the final. They met again in round 1 of the playoffs in 2013, some 11 years later. Again, it was the Bulldogs with the victory, 36-0. Then they played in the state championship game in 2016, 17, and 18. Martinsburg winning each of those, 49-7, 44-7, 16 and 31-7. Last year, they met for the first time in the regular season. Spring Valley made that trip, came up here and got the win 22-20. And then just 3 weeks ago, Martinsburg made the long trip to the Huntington area, and Spring Valley won that one by a 35-30 final. Let's find out who's going to win this one here tonight. For the Bulldogs, is it, third time's a charm or 3 strikes and you're out? We'll find out, because whoever loses this one will be out of the AAA playoffs. The winner will move on to next week's semifinals. That's it. It wraps up our pregame show. We'll take our regular 2.5-minute break, and on the other side, we'll come back with a quick look at today's starting lineups. We'll have the game officials as well. It's West Virginia High School playoff football on Talk Radio, WRNR, and TV 10.
Remember that last trip to the auto mechanic?
I also think your solenoid gasket is bad.
What?
Yep, that'll be another $500.
Forget that and go to D&N Auto Specialist at 230 Tavern Road, Martinsburg, where honesty is their best policy. Serving the Eastern Panhandle since 1974, D&N Auto is family-owned and operated, specializing in exhaust alignments and tires. From general maintenance to major overhauls, they'll treat you right. Call D&N Auto Specialist at 304-267-4078.
A reputation for caring, a legacy of service. At Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations, it's been our story since 1880. A family-owned business, we support the needs and wishes of families. We offer traditional services, as well as many options for cremation, customized remembrances, and pre-planning. Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations retains its family atmosphere and stays true to its roots. Contact us for advanced planning, or at your time of loss. We're here when you need us.
And that concludes today's pregame show.
We play every play like it's the most important play of the game. Who let the dogs out?
Coming up next, it's the starting lineups, opening kick, and play-by-play action of West Virginia high school football, featuring the AAA Martinsburg Bulldogs. Today's game is being brought to you by
Bechtel Jewelers, the Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations, Friends of Jason Barrett, Hagerstown Ford, the Mansion Ferretti Law Firm, Kelly Allstate Agency, Milestone Realty, Miller Honda, the Mid-Atlantic Group, the Mirius Group, Orsini's Home Store, the Palace Lounge, Parsons Ford, Rocks, Sunset Car Wash, the Sutton and Janelle Law Firm, Smallwood and Small Insurance, and WVU Medicine, Berkeley Medical Center, and Jefferson Medical Center provide.
And now, let's go back to the field and rejoin our Talk Radio WRNR broadcast team.
We are back once again here at David M. Walker Stadium in Coburn Field, getting ready for this quarterfinal round matchup. Martinsburg entertaining Spring Valley. Let's take a look at the starting lineups, brought to you by D&N Auto Specialist. We were only given a starting offensive lineup for Spring Valley, so let's look at that with Dalton Fouch as the starting quarterback. He is a junior. Joining him in the backfield is Jace Caldwell, a senior. And it looks like Cody Shy will also be in the backfield as a fullback. Wide receivers include the senior Ty Bartram along with Ben Turner. And we're also looking at Corbin Page, who will serve as a tight end / wide receiver. Along the offensive front line, the sophomore is Tucker Hammond. The juniors are Shane Roberts and Jarrett Piles. And then it looks like, Piles not in that lineup. It's the other junior is Connor McCann. Then you've got a senior in Cole Petrie and a sophomore in Zach Edwards, although Edwards has been nursing an injury. Let's turn our attention to the Martinsburg Bulldogs, where Ezra Bajan will get the start at quarterback. It will likely be Xavion Kendall, but could very well be Murphy Clement joining him in the backfield. E.J. Hendricks, Christian Slack, Jake Zittel, and Justin Petrie, along with Aiden Fleming, are along that offensive front line. And then the wide receivers, Hudson Clement, Roman Pearson, Sarad Musgrove, and Jacob Barrick. So there you go. Just a quick look at the offensive starters for both of these teams, and brought to you by D&N Auto Specialist, where honesty is their best policy. Family owned and operated since 1974. Get your vehicle fixed right the first time at D&N Auto, 230 Tavern Road, Martinsburg. Phone 304-350-1931. The Martinsburg Bulldogs coming through that blow-up tunnel out of the back of the end zone to our left, making their way to the near sideline. Captains meeting at midfield. Spring Valley has won the toss but has deferred, and it's up to Martinsburg what they want to do, and I'm sure they'll take the football because Spring Valley will take it to start that second half. The Bulldogs will move from left to right and receive the opening kick. Spring Valley's players coming up out of the back of the end zone to our right and now making their way out onto the field as we get ready for this one. All right, Spencer is somewhere in that crowd down on the sideline. He has our game officials and a little more on what is a great playoff atmosphere. Spencer.
Down here on the sideline as the just came out of the tunnel. Your referees for tonight are Keith DeVault, umpire Andy Collins, linesman Ronnie Wiles, line judge Stephen Dalton, side judge Ben Cromer, field judge Trey Phillips. They're out of Morgantown for the playoffs crew, and back up to you guys. Very ruckus crowd down here.
All right, there you go. Game officials, a service of Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations. Robert Fields and Sons, a family-owned full-service funeral home in Martinsburg, Inwood, and Charlestown. Ranson, proudly serving the area since 1880. Today's opening kick, a service of the Berkeley County Health Department. Prevent, promote, protect. They're at 122 Waverly Court in Martinsburg. You can phone them at 304-263-5131. It is a blackout for Martinsburg with the black pants, the black jersey tops, of course the black helmet with the white state and the orange M in the middle. Orange numerals, white trim for the Bulldogs. For Spring Valley, they have the light blue pants with the white jersey tops with dark blue lettering and the light blue trim. And then they've got the darker blue football helmet with the SV in light blue outlined in white along both sides of that football helmet. They break their huddle along that far side, heading out onto the field. The kick will come from right to left, and getting ready to put that football on the tee. Will it be short? Yeah, we were waiting just a moment as it is not short, not the punter slash kicker, but it is Landon Mosser who has done most of the place kicking. He's 1 for 1 in field goals, 36 of 43 in PATs, and the junior making his way into that huddle is just about ready to put it on the tee. He's going to set that tee down in that X that is right in the middle of the field on the 40-yard line to our right. Our officials waiting it out, making sure that everyone is ready. We may be waiting just exactly for 7:30, right? I'm looking at my watch, and it's 7:29 officially.
Yeah, that's the only thing I can think of because the crowd is ready on both sides. A lot of the Spring Valley crowd making the trip from Huntington, and this Martinsburg crowd much louder, it seems like, than even last week, which was a first-round game, but they are ready to go. This should be a great matchup. You can tell both these sidelines are ready to go, so this should be a very fun game.
Well, the players that were deep for Martinsburg working their way slowly up towards the line as it is a very bunch formation, and now Spring Valley will spread across the field, and those Bulldog deep guys will move back. Let's see what Mosser does. He approaches in, pops it up along that far side, and it's Murphy Clement at the 35 with the catch out across the 40 and able to drag forward with a couple of tacklers on his back to about the 43-yard line, and Martinsburg will have very good field position to get this one underway.
It's a tough decision on these kickoffs because obviously, both these teams have good athletes, so you don't want to put them in that situation. So you do want to kick it a little bit short, but then you give these teams really short fields to work with. So I don't know. It's a tough decision on kickoffs for these teams. I think special teams will certainly play a big factor tonight.
Right now it looks like Murphy Clement who will get the start at quarterback as opposed to Bajent, and so Clement will have a back to his left side. Martinsburg making sure they got the right personnel on as Cam Shallis started to come off the field, now goes to that far side. Trip receivers tightly bunched on that short side of the field, and the penalty marker is down just at the snap of the football, and I don't think Martinsburg got the play off. An ominous start for the Bulldogs on this full moon night as it's -5 for a delay.
you don't see that very often, right? First play of the game is scripted. Like, you know what you're running because you just talked about it on the sideline, and it just seemed like for whatever reason Martinsburg's players were very confused and didn't know exactly where to line up, and then that led to the delay.
So
they still seem a little lost.
Move it back to the 37 where it will be a first down and 15. Again, they still have those three receivers tightly bunched to that left side. Back to throw, Murphy Clement. Deep along the near side, looking for Hudson Clement. He's got it at the 30, stumbling forward inside the 25, falls down right at the 20-yard line. Big play on the first play from scrimmage for the Bulldogs.
A great throw and catch. The brothers knowing they had one-on-one coverage, and you don't want to give Hudson Clement one-on-one. One of the best receivers in the state of West Virginia. A little bit underthrown, but a pretty good ball, too, to start this ball game.
42 yards on the pass completion. Now on 1st and 10 from the 21 of Spring Valley. Murphy Clement on the keeper. Gets a little opening up the middle before being dragged down at about the 17 to pick up a 4.
And I think that might have surprised Spring Valley a little bit because they start with Murphy in there at quarterback, so you think they're going to probably run something conservative, a running play. But no, they go to the deep ball, which is usually what you see Ezra Brazian do so well. I mean, Murphy can throw it too, but it's not necessarily his bread and butter.
Murphy Clement, 38 of 52 for 753 yards, 15 touchdowns. No interceptions coming in. Snap is back, and Murphy Clement on the run. Follows the blocks, bounces outside to the 5 where he's shoved out of bounds. That is a touchdown-saving push from Matthew Hall, the linebacker, the senior, who has 75 tackles on the season with a huge one there.
Really good play design. You get the Spring Valley defense going to the wide side of the field, but you come back to the short side. Eric King leading the way for Murphy Clement. That's a dangerous duo in the backfield.
First down, goal to go with the football at the 5-yard line. That was a 12-yard pickup for Murphy Clement. He is the Bulldog leading rusher this season. 124 attempts, 1,073 yards, and 19 touchdowns. And timeout Martinsburg, as again they were having trouble getting the play in. So a very quick timeout in this one. Let's go ahead and take just a 30-second break and then return. 10:51 to play in quarter number 1. No score, but Martinsburg threatening with 1st and goal from the 5.
At the Berkeley County Health Department, our motto is prevent, promote, protect. Since 1935, our mission has been to provide clinical and environmental services to protect the health of the general public. We're committed to building public health in our community by offering a wide range of services, including blood pressure screening, breast and cervical screening, family planning, counseling, lab testing, and more. We perform health inspections to make sure the restaurants you visit are clean, and we prepare and coordinate plans to respond to all hazards. The Berkeley County Health Department, 122 Waverly Court, Martinsburg.
Now this opening quarter being presented on TV 10 by Kelly Allstate Insurance. For all of your insurance needs, call Gary Kelly at 304-263-4596 or stop by 724 Lakeview Drive in Martinsburg. Also, Ollie's VIP Northside, 36 Veronica Drive in Martinsburg. Join friends at Ollie's to watch the game and enjoy great food and a good time. So the Bulldogs out of the offensive timeout have Chalice and King in there as backs to the left side of the quarterback. A late flag comes down as that QB, Murphy Clement, finally able to turn it upfield as he got to the far sideline and gets just inside of the pylon, but hang on, a penalty marker down on this near side. Hudson Clement, the wideout on this near side, now talking to the sideline, and we're going to have a procedure penalty that is going to be called against Martinsburg. And Hudson Clement really fired up. He does not like that at all as he was talking to the near sideline and just showing that frustration. And that flag, frankly, came in very late for being considered a procedure penalty.
Yeah, you'd think they would have blown it dead or something, but, you know, it is kind of a weird penalty, and it didn't affect the play a ton either, so that's, you know, not a great situation for Martinsburg. Takes the touchdown off the board.
Move it back to the 10-yard line. Murphy Clement taking the snap, straight ahead running, bounces a little to his right, a little cut back to his left as he got into the hole and works his way down to that 5-yard line. That's a very good push going on right now by this Bulldog offensive front.
Yeah, Martinsburg, despite looking a little bit dysfunctional on offense at times, has looked good when they've gotten plays off. It's just already having to burn a timeout, having a delay of game, 2 penalties on this opening drive, but also some good plays as well.
Second and goal to go from the 5. They'll go back to the same play that they scored on earlier, but this time a nice job by the defensive end on that outside, that linebacker really to step up and force Murphy Clement to cut it upfield. He does get down, it looks like, to that 3-yard line, so a pickup of 2, and the Bulldogs will face third and goal.
I think it might have been Shy that set that edge.
Yeah, I believe so, and he is their leading tackler. Boy, that linebacker can get after it. 106 tackles on the season. So from the 3-yard line on a third down and goal to go, Murphy Clement running over top of the right side of his line, lunging forward at the goal line. He ends up in the end zone. Do they give him the touchdown? Yes, they do. It's the Martinsburg Bulldogs scored on the opening possession.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if he got it, but obviously the official on that far side had a better angle. It looked like Ty Bartram got him by the ankles and stopped him maybe a little bit short, but I guess maybe Murphy had an extra effort to get him into the end zone.
The extra point attempt will come for Brent Terwilliger, 54 of 59 in that category on the season. Out of the hold of Hudson Clement, he will await the snap back. Jake Zittle, the regular snapper and the long snapper. And the snap is back, the kick is up, and it is good. 9 minutes, 39 seconds to play quarter number 1. We'll take a break with Martinsburg leading 7-0.
At Dutch Miller Auto, the time is now to get into the vehicle you want. Dutch Miller currently has the area's best selection of pre-owned vehicles with an amazing inventory starting below $300 a month. Have a trade-in? There's never been a better time to get more than right now, as Dutch Miller is giving up to 30% above fair market value for any trade-in. Don't see the vehicle on our lot you want? Then ask about the Dutch Miller Advantage, which means you can order the vehicle you want, the way you want it, faster. Only at DutchMillerAuto.com.
If you're in an accident, the first thing that you have to do is call 911. You have to get medical care immediately.
The next thing you need to do is call us. When you hire us at the Skinner Law Firm, what we do is we are going to investigate your case, and we're going to lay out the options that you have, all at no cost to you.
We will use all of our resources and all of our experience to get you what you deserve.
The Skinner Law Firm, SkinnerFirm.com.
We'll give you that scoring drive summary after the ensuing kickoff. Terwilliger has it on the tee at the 40, pops it up along that far side. Fair catch called for and made. That's Ty Bartram who will make that catch. We're going to mark that football at the 30. He caught it backpedaling at the 28-yard line. Not sure about the spot. Either way, drive summary brought to you by Jason Barrett for State Senate. Trusted leadership, real solutions. The Bulldogs open with a 6-play, 58-yard drive, 2 minutes and 16 seconds. 3 yards on the touchdown run for Murphy Clement, his 20th rushing touchdown of the season. 9:39 to play, quarter number 1. 7-0 Martinsburg, and now Spring Valley, their first offensive possession. They will line up with a back just to the left side of the quarterback. Snap is back, and there is the handoff, and Jace Caldwell up the middle. Quickly got through the line, but then was grabbed by a Bulldog, and that's Aiden Fleming, I believe, who was able to knock the feet out from under him, or it may have been Hendricks. Actually, it was E.J. Hendricks. So mark him out at the 34-yard line and a pickup of 4.
It's interesting that Spring Valley elected to defer to the Bulldogs because, you know, Martinsburg has that fast-paced offense, and I don't know if I'd want to be trailing 7-0 to a team like Martinsburg early on. Now, I know they expect it to be a close game, so they want that first drive of the second half. But
the Bulldogs, they show the blitz, and they get burnt as the handoff goes to Jace Caldwell, and Caldwell over top of the left side of the line where the blitz came off the right side of the line, able to get into the secondary and across midfield along the near side numbers, gets taken down at the Bulldog 42.
A huge hole there for Caldwell, and you know, again, they don't have a 1,000-yard rusher this season, but they have a lot of different guys that can get it done in the backfield, whether it be Caldwell or Shy or even the quarterback Fouch can run a little bit.
And you're talking about their leading rusher right there, Jace Caldwell, 90 carries, 687 yards, 7 touchdowns on the season. Couple of nice runs to get it started. Snap is back and Fouch to throw. Deep along the near side. Bartram leaping up into the air. Could not make the play. He was tightly guarded on that one by Sherrod Musgrove. That is the Bulldog top defensive back. He's just a sophomore, but Nick, 14 pass breakups and 1 interception on the season.
And it seemed like pre-snap Fouch was going that way. Yep. He had Bartram one-on-one on Musgrove, but pretty good coverage despite being a little bit undersized there on the outside. Able to run with him and keep that from being a completion.
2nd down and 10. Trip receivers out to the wide side right. Single receiver.
Bartram over here.
Yeah, here to the near side. There is the snap back, and Fouch on the quick throw. Hits Ben Turner, and then Ben Turner gets hit. Driven backwards and taken down. They'll mark him inside the Bulldog 40 at about the 38-yard line. But it will bring up a 3rd down and still about 5 needed for the first.
You don't see that look too often, right? You had Fagan lined up right on Bartram to jam him at the line, and then Musgrove pretty much like 5 yards behind him. It was a straight-up double team. I expect to see that a lot. You're not going to see too many one-on-ones, and that's why Spring Valley wanted to take advantage of it earlier. Here it is again, same look.
On 3rd down and 5, Fouch awaits, has the snap, controlled roll far side, lets it go deep, and nobody home. Not sure who was on the wrong page there, as Ben Turner, the senior, had cut off the route along that far sideline. It's incomplete, and now decision time for head coach Brad Dingess and his staff.
I felt like they got a little pass happy there. They run the ball pretty well, and then they throw 3 straight passes, and now you're set up with 4th down. If you're going to go for it, why not run it on 3rd down and make it a little bit more manageable for your team?
They will go for it. They're too close to punt, too far for a field goal. Fouch will have Caldwell to his left side. 3 receivers now to this wide side left with the ball on the far side, hash mark. Dalton Fouch awaits and has the snap. Very quick throw. Grab is made. That's Turner. Will he get the first down? I don't think so. He was tackled at about the 33. They're going to mark it between the 33 and the 32, and that's not enough. Martinsburg is held. They'll take over on downs. So Ben Turner with a couple of catches in this opening possession. Will they measure or not as our head referee comes over and takes a look?
I thought he was short initially, but it was a decent spot. I don't know. It's going to be pretty close. Looked like he had to get maybe a half yard more, though, I think.
Judging by the sticks on that far sideline, now, again, they may not be quite where they need to be either.
Right.
But judging from that, I would not have expected him to get it based on that spot. Now, they will bring the sticks from across the field. They will stretch it out, and he didn't get it. Wow, by the nose of the football. It's about a 4.5-yard gain when they needed 5, and Martinsburg will take over on downs.
That's tough. I mean, just like we said initially, we thought he was short by a good bit, or at least a little bit more than that, but it was literally just a few inches, and it would have been a first down for Spring Valley.
So from their own 32, initially I thought that was being marked more like the 33, even 32.5. As they reset the football, the tip of that football's touching the 32-yard line. So Martinsburg will have it there, their own 32, with a 7-0 lead, 7:27 to play here in quarter number 1. Once again, it's Murphy Clement at quarterback. He awaits that snap, and he's got it. Straight ahead running, able to elude a tackler, bouncing here to his right, and then gets tripped up just across the 40 and taken down at the 41-yard line, and that was Bartram who came in there to clip the foot of Murphy Clement and make that tackle.
Well, Martinsburg coming out, and they're playing physical football. We haven't really seen Xavion Kendall in the backfield. We're seeing Eric King in the game. We've seen a lot of Cam Chalice. And Spring Valley's stacking the box, but the Dogs are still able to run it for, 8 yards there on that play. It's going to be tough. If you're stacking the box and you're still giving up, 3, 4, 5 yards a carry, you're going to be in trouble.
3 receivers out to the left, single receiver here to the right. There is the snap on that fake give. Again, Clement keeps it coming near side. Nice stiff arm to push down a defender before stepping out of bounds. Right at it, looks like that 45-yard line. That's plenty for the Bulldog first down on a gain of about 4.
And Cody Shy came flying through on that play. Looked like he was going to stop Clement in the backfield, but he is just so shifty. and he's able to bounce that to the outside and still pick up that first down despite several Timberwolves having some chances at him.
Make it a gain of 3 as they set it out at the 44-yard line. Play comes in from the Bulldogs sideline, and Martinsburg quickly ready to run that play. A deep ball down this near sideline. Roman Pearson tightly guarded by Ben Turner. A little shove right at the end, but that pass overthrown and incomplete. And the Martinsburg faithful want a penalty marker. They're not going to get it.
Well, they had the look they wanted. Ben Turner was late coming over from the far sideline to match up with Roman Pearson. Pass was led a little bit too far, but Turner did get away with a little bit of a bump there.
Yeah, need a little more air under that football. That one from Murphy Clement was too directional, if you will. Got to get it up in the air and allow your man to run underneath of it. Hudson Clement over on that far side. He's the Bulldog leading wide receiver. Snap goes back, and Murphy Clement once again running straight ahead. Grabbed by Bartram, who snuck around the corner on that defense and will bring him down after a pickup of 3.
Spring Valley also trying to get a lot of speed on the field. So Bartram kind of playing more in the box. He's listed as a defensive back, but we've seen him play up around the line of scrimmage a lot early on in this game.
3rd down and 7 now facing the Bulldogs from their own 47, and the nose tackle jumping for Spring Valley. Someone, and I'm sure, well, it had to have been on the cadence by Murphy Clement that drew him off, and that 5-yard penalty is going to make this 3rd down much easier. A 3rd down and 2 now with the ball in Spring Valley territory at the 48. First penalty on Spring Valley, and it comes on that encroachment or offside penalty. Snap goes back, and Murphy Clement, this time off the left side of the line, got hit, put his hand down, maintained his footing, and kept moving forward. We've got a official from the near side coming in, marking it down closer to the 46. The far side official was going to mark it at the 47, and let's see. Are they going to measure or not?
I mean, this is pretty much just as close as that other one.
I was going to say.
Looks like they're not going to measure, and they're going to say 4th down. That far side official, like you said, he seemed to be a little bit more short than the near side.
So the ball's just outside of the 46. They have to get to that 46-yard line to get the first down. 3 backs in the backfield. 2 of those running backs will be lead blockers as Murphy Clement follows those blocks, then gets through a hole, drags a tackler ahead, holding him by the back of the jersey, down inside the 40 and to the 36-yard line. First down, Martinsburg. Well, that's a strong run for Murphy Clement.
And this seems to be Martinsburg's game plan. You know, we saw in that loss to Spring Valley where, like we said, they didn't really run the ball that well, but they came out tonight wanting to be the more physical football team, and so far it's working out well for the Bulldogs.
Murphy Clement has every carry, 10 carries, 53 yards. Snap is back. Murphy Clement rolling near side, now wanting to throw, looking back to that far side. Nobody's open, now going to throw deep. It's a jump ball in the end zone, and incomplete, but a penalty marker is down. Hudson Clement was reaching up for the football, and his arm was grabbed by Kindon Keithy, the junior defensive back.
That's what it turns into backyard football for the Clement brothers, and they've been doing that since they were kids, probably. Just run around a little bit, make a play, and nearly get a touchdown.
It will be pass interference. 2 penalties, 20 yards now on Spring Valley. It will be 1st and 10 coming for Martinsburg.
There's good coverage there initially. They wanted to hit Roman Pearson across the middle on a post route, but it wasn't there, so Hudson Clement coming off of his route and getting open, and then pass interference call there. Tough for a DB to stick with a guy like Hudson for that long.
Ball gets moved down to the 21-yard line. Again, first down. King to the back of the quarterback and just to his right, and there is the handoff, and Eric King hitting the hole, and down he goes. And there is their leading tackler, the linebacker, Cody Shy. He's just a junior, by the way, 6 foot 216, 106 tackles, 2.5 sacks coming in. That's a big tackle for loss there.
Yeah, when you match up with Eric King, you got to go low, and Cody Shy just grabbed his ankle and did not let go.
It's a loss
King's a big
one.
kid, too. I mean, that could be a collision of the game when those guys meet in the hole.
Yeah, looking at Eric King, he's 6'1" and 210, and also just a junior. His first carry goes for minus a yard. And the Dogs getting the play call from the sideline. Play clock down to 6, down to 5. 3 receivers out to the wide side left. King switches from the right to the left side of the quarterback. Murphy Clement taking that snap. Avoids the tackler in the backfield. Great job just weaving his way through oncoming would-be tacklers. Working down to that 16-yard line for a 6-yard gain. And the Dogs have a very manageable 3rd and 5.
Well, it appears that this is going to be Murphy Clement's game because he has been the Martinsburg offense so far, whether it be throwing or running the football. It's been a heavy dose of him.
Absolutely. 3rd down and 5 coming from the 16. 3 receivers tightly bunched to the right side of the formation. There is the snap back. Murphy Clement wants to throw, lets it go. That is Jacob Barrick with the catch, and Barrick bulling his way down to the 10-yard line. Should be enough for a Martinsburg first down, a gain of 6 on the 3rd and 5, and they will move the chains.
Yeah, Spring Valley got good pressure there because it was kind of a wide receiver screen, so a lot of the Martinsburg players were getting off their blocks and getting downfield to try to lead block for Barrick. Clement took a big hit, but still got it out there, and Barrick was able to fight for that first down.
This is one of those where the ball's just outside of the 10-yard line, so it's first down, and Martinsburg can actually get a first down without getting into the end zone, but only by the length of the football. Snap goes back, and Murphy Clement keeping it, running left, blockers out in front, turning the corner to the 5, to the goal line. He's in. It's a Martinsburg Bulldog touchdown.
Well, Jacob Barrick's having breakfast tonight. He got 2 pancakes on that play.
Eric King was out there as well to help lead the way. He really didn't have anybody to block.
He didn't have to because Barrick put 2 kids on their backside and just led the way into the end zone. It was great blocking by the tight end, wide receiver, running back. He does a lot of things for this Bulldog offense.
Extra point attempt for Terwilliger. Snap back, kick is up. It's good. Let's take another break. 2 minutes, 13 seconds remaining in our opening quarter, and Martinsburg in front now, 14-0.
Conveniently located at 440 Williamsport Pike in Martinsburg, Sunset Car Wash's staff specializes in keeping your car clean. From our famous 3-minute cloth wash to our touchless automatic and 6 self-serve bays, we offer whatever preference you have for your car wash needs. If your vehicle could talk, it would say, "Take me to Sunset Car Wash." That's Sunset Car Wash at 440 Williamsport Pike in Martinsburg. Locally owned and operated.
See that Honda badge? It reveals more than the Ridgeline's maker. It's a testament to endurance and Honda ingenuity. So when the terrain ahead is full of challenges, brace yourself. The Honda Ridgeline is about to amaze you. Rise to the challenge with the rugged performance of the Honda Ridgeline.
CMA's Honda of Winchester, 3985 Valley Pike. CMA, moving lives forward.
We'll give you that scoring drive after the ensuing kickoff. Terwilliger has it on the tee at the 42 our left. Will he kick deep or not? He approaches like he will, and yep, he lets it go. It's going to be Turner, it looks like, from the far side 6-yard line, up along the hash marks, out beyond the 10 and the 20, slips through a hole at the 25, out beyond the 30 and the 35. Great job dragging tacklers ahead out to the 42-yard line. Musgrove helping to make that stop for the Bulldogs. Haven't quite gotten, that was Roman Pearson as well, but a heck of a return for Ben Turner. Got to keep an eye on him. He's had 10 punt returns this season, including a touchdown. That was a big kick return there. Hey, the drive summary for the Bulldogs brought to you by Jason Barrett for State Senate Trusted Leadership Real Solutions. 10 plays, 68 yards, 5 minutes, 15 seconds. 10 yards on the touchdown run for Murphy Clement. 12 carries, 69 yards for Clement in this opening quarter. 2:04 to play in the quarter from their own 42. A pass far side caught, streaking down that far sideline. Dalton Caldwell inside the 10 and tackled as he hits that sideline, and the turf and the ball pops free, but he is down. Let's see where they're going to spot it. It looks like the 9-yard line.
Well, we talked about in the pregame how if Spring Valley got down, would they back down or would they answer, and they answer with that play right there. And again, there's a lot of focus on Bartram, but this offense has other guys that can make plays. And there you see it from Caldwell.
Yeah, just a very quick pass. He split two defenders, and it became a foot race down that far sideline. Eventually, the Bulldogs catch him. So the snap goes back, and there is a a quick slant far side. Ball tipped up into the air and then caught by an offensive lineman. He's dragging people forward all the way down inside the 5-yard line. I'm waiting to see who it is. It's a 5. I can't get the second number. He's being
57.
hidden. 57. There you go. The big fella. That's Connor McCann, 6 foot, 281, and the junior able to make a big play. They are going to spot him, it looks like, at the 5-yard line, so a knee must have come down, but still 5 yards on the pass completion.
Yeah, that's the only time when the offensive lineman can catch the football unless they're eligible, and that's on a tip pass. So you see that there from McCann. He's able to have good awareness because initially you think Martinsburg might get an interception on that play, but good awareness by the offensive lineman, McCann, to come up with that football and then get some positive yardage.
I believe it was Jacob Barrick who actually tipped that football up into the air. And, yeah, who's the player coming off the field limping? Murphy Clement. So the complexion of this game takes a huge turn on that play, and they're actually spotting the football at the 4, not the 5. So it's a 5-yard gain, and it will set up second down goal to go from the 4. Murphy Clement comes to the near sideline. He's walking off with some help, but it is walking. I mean, it's not like he can't walk or has a major limp, so we'll just have to wait and see as the training staff will go to work on him. So second down and goal to go with a football at the 4-yard line. Ball on the far side hash mark. 1:35 to play in our opening quarter. 14-0 Martinsburg. Fouch out of the gun with a back. It looks like Caldwell to his right side. There's the snap back, and Dalton follows the blocking off that right side for a gain of 1 down to the 3. Good job by that Bulldog defensive front. There was just no hole there.
Yeah, they kind of turned the Spring Valley blockers in and really just collapsed on what they were trying to get a hold there off that right side and just collapsed in on it. A really good job by the D lineman up front.
Dalton Fouch does have 85 carries for just under 400 yards, 399 and 4 touchdowns, but did not get in there. Third down, goal to go from the 3. Out from under center, Fouch handing it off, and the fullback Shy got hit and knocked sideways and falls down close to the 1-yard line. So give him a pickup of 2. They couldn't get the big fullback in.
Yeah, I think E.J. Hendricks made the stops. That's my early nominee for that collision of the game because Shy had room, but then Hendricks drove really his own guy into him and came up with that stop.
Fourth down, goal to go from the 1. They'll line up and go for it. Fouch again, under center, takes that snap, hands it off. Shy, hit it to goal line. He's driven sideways. It's a rugby scrum. They haven't blown it dead. Now they finally do. He didn't get in. Martinsburg Bulldog football. The turnover on downs inside of the 1-yard line.
I don't think Cody Shy is used to that where he gets stopped twice inside the 5-yard line. But the whole Bulldog defense just coming up and filling that hole and then continuing to finish the play, right? Martinsburg, what did they not do last time they played Spring Valley? They didn't finish. Well, they finished that play and were able to get that stop. But now Murphy Clement on the sideline. Looks like they were taping up a toe, Matt. So they're going to go to Ezra Bajan here because, well, they have to, but also because, different situation here.
And maybe a little turf toe. Hopefully he
now they're taping like his whole ankle, so it's the whole foot pretty much.
So Ezra Bajan now will see his first action, and it's Bulldog football 1st and 10 from just inside their own 1-yard line. And hang on, we may have a timeout. We do. Timeout being taken by Spring Valley. Let's take just a 30-second break and then return as we still have 12.8 seconds to play in quarter number 1 in Martinsburg in front, 14-0.
Are you considering selling your home and don't know where to start? Then call Chris Ross and the Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. A Martinsburg High School graduate, Chris knows the local market, and he's proven it as #1 real estate team in West Virginia in 2019. Phone Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams at 304-579-7349 or go to callchrisross.com. Let's celebrate your real estate milestone together.
Well, the last couple of times these two teams met go back to last year. It was just a 7-6 game at the half. And after quarter number 1 3 weeks ago, it was 7-7. Right now, Martinsburg with a 14-0 lead as we get the final dozen seconds off the clock here in quarter number 1. The Bulldogs, after a goal line stand, taking over inside of their own 1-yard line. Ezra Bajan will be the quarterback. Looks like Chalice and King lining up to his left side. Will they be lead blockers as Bajan tries to just get a little bit of yardage? Nope, he's going to throw. Near side, catch made. Hudson Clement very quickly hit and taken down at the 5-yard line. That's Ben Turner coming up to put the initial hit on him, and then Bartram to bring him down, but they'll mark the progress. It looks like actually out to the 6, so we'll pick up a 5 on the final play of quarter number 1. We're back after a 60-second break for your second quarter of action. After 1, Martinsburg leads Spring Valley 14-0.
The right attorney can make all the difference in the outcome of your case.
I called Sutton and Janelle, the best lawyers you could ask for.
Sutton and Janelle Attorneys at Law. 70 years of collective legal experience. Family law, criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, and mediation.
Sutton and Janelle got the most favorable outcome I could have expected.
Visit Sutton and Janelle's new historic location, 224 West King Street in Martinsburg. Online at suttonandjanelle.com. Sutton and Janelle Attorneys at Law. They value your rights and are passionate about your success.
Erie Insurance says here's to the grown-ups who move, mortgage, mow, and still bust a move. But does your home insurance still fit? Erie helps you protect the home you've grown into, all at fair prices that are often less than the other guys. So how do you find the right coverage? Magic. Nope. Local independent agents who get to know you like this.
Your local Erie agent in Martinsburg is Smallwood & Small Insurance. Get a quote at smallwoodandsmall.com.
Erie Insurance.
Along with Nick Verzolini, I'm Matt Miller, John Alderton, Isaiah Horner running cameras, Spencer Dupuy on the sideline, Donna Schaffner, our on-site producer, Colin McLaughlin back at the studio. 14-0 Martinsburg, quarter number 2, getting underway. Dogs football from their own 6, facing a 2nd and 5. Ezra Bajan at quarterback from the goal line, throwing deep along that far side, and incomplete. What an effort there by Hudson Clement to go up and try to grab that one as he was very tightly covered on that far sideline. I believe that was Dalton Caldwell. And some contact going after that football, and right on the Spring Valley sideline, they wanted a penalty but not going to get it.
Yeah, it was a good job by Hudson because he knew he wasn't going to be able to catch that pass, but he still kind of made it look like he was going just for the football and didn't really make a whole lot of contact with the Spring Valley defender so that he doesn't pick up the penalty.
Martinsburg 2 of 3 on third down conversions, face that 3rd and 5 from their own 6. Really big play here. You hate to have a situation where you got to punt from your own end zone. So they would like to get the first down, and now hang on. Timeout, Martinsburg. So Martinsburg burns their second timeout. 11:54 to play in our first half. And interesting, another timeout. Let's go ahead and keep it here and remind you our second quarter is presented on TV 10 by Orsini's Home Store, not just an appliance store any longer. They're at 360 Hack Wilson Way in Martinsburg, also online at Orsinis.com, and by Kelly Allstate Insurance. For all of your insurance needs, call Gary Kelly at 304-263-4596 or stop by 724 Lakeview Drive in Martinsburg. A totally different complexion to this one from when these teams met just 3 weeks ago. In that game, Martinsburg had only 114 rushing yards and had 5 major turnovers. So far in this one, they have been able to put together about 68 rushing yards and have the 2-touchdown lead, facing a 3rd down and 5 here from their own 6. Out of the timeout, let's see what head coach Britt Sherman and his staff came up with. 2 receivers each way. Back to the right side of the quarterback and Bajan throwing. Near side catch is made out to that 10-yard line. Dragging a tackler ahead to the 11-yard line. Is that Gideon? It is. And Cash Gideon may very well have enough for the first down to the 11-yard line.
Looks like he had to get to the 12, though. So I think he's going to be about a yard short.
Well, they were inside of the 1-yard line, and that football is actually on the 11. How in Sam Hill? Yeah, that's got to be a first down. I questioned during the break some of the spotting in this one so far.
Well, it looked like almost like the sticks were lined up wrong. I don't know.
It is a first down and 10. Bulldogs' 8th first down in this first half. Bajan with Xavion Kendall to his left side, and again, Martinsburg is going to burn a timeout. All right, we'll go ahead and take the 60-second break. 11:21 remaining in our first half, and Martinsburg in front 14-0.
The Mid-Atlantic Group has been serving the area's insurance needs for 40 years. We are an independent insurance agency, therefore we can offer insurance from many insurance companies, find the right coverage at the right price with easy payment plan. Located at 201 West Martin Street in Martinsburg, the Mid-Atlantic Group is easily accessible from Morgan, Jefferson, and Berkeley County. To set up an appointment with a local insurance professional, give them a call today at 304-267-8989. That's the Mid-Atlantic Group at 201 West Martin Street in Martinsburg. Let them help insure you today.
The Palace Lounge in Martinsburg has a brand new list of daily specials. Monday, stop on in for burger night or enjoy a nice juicy steak every Tuesday and Wednesday. The Palace Lounge also offers freshly steamed shrimp Thursdays and chef specials every Friday and Saturday. Sunday is all-day breakfast and there are drink specials daily too. So come enjoy the Palace Lounge. You can find them on Facebook or call 304-267-7520. The Palace Lounge is located at 1350 Edwin Miller Boulevard.
So the Bulldogs burn their final time out of this first half. First down and 10, though, with the ball now at the 11-yard line. Ezra Bajan awaiting the shotgun snap. He's got it. Looks to that far side. Now throws over the middle, and Roman Pearson makes the over-the-shoulder grab at the 30, out beyond the 35 and the 40, and taken down. Let's see where they'll spot it. It looks like it should be about the 42. Make it the 43-yard line.
Yeah, I mean, you bring Ezra Bajan in due to injury to Clement, but he delivers a really nice pass there. Murphy has been kind of jogging on the sideline. He looks like he's good to go if they need him. But when you have two really good quarterbacks, you know, that's a nice thing, and you're able to give him that rest and hopefully get him back into the game when he's at full strength.
32 yards on that one. Here's a screen near side caught by Jacob Barrick as he gets to the midfield stripe, diving forward. They'll mark him down to the 49 and a pickup of 8 on that screen pass.
And also now it changes what Spring Valley's probably gotten used to because they've already made their adjustments to those power formations that Martinsburg's been running. But now the Bulldogs are spreading you out. They're getting Xavion Kendall into the game. They're throwing the ball quickly. So it's a completely different offense with Bajan in compared to Clement.
Two receivers each way. Ezra Bajan takes the snap, hands it off. This is Xavion Kendall, met at the line of scrimmage, spun down. And let's see, it's going to depend on the spot. He may have that first. He only needed 2, and he's got very close to that. The ball is out to that, or I should say down to that 47-yard line. Our head referee's going to come take a look. From our vantage point, I'm imagining that's a first down, but they may measure. Yep, they will measure.
They don't seem to know what is the first down tonight.
So Xavion Kendall with his first carry, able to pick up what we think is first down yardage. He's got 55 carries, 315 yards on the season, 5 rushing touchdowns. He is the 3rd leading rusher for the Bulldogs.
I mean, we've had 2 measurements. We could have had 3.
Yes. He did get that first down, 10th the Bulldog first down in this first half. And Martinsburg playing a little bit of Spring Valley football, if you will, Nick, as they've been able to control the ball here in this first half. Just 2 possessions for Spring Valley and a total of 11 plays. Martinsburg has now run 16. They've run 22 plays.
Yeah, and Spring Valley's had opportunities to put points on the board, but just stalling out on some drives.
Including one inside the 1. That's where this possession started, and Martinsburg trying to drive length of the field. Pass near side, and the catch made. A little back shoulder throw, if you will, as Jacob Barrick pulled it in right in front of Ben Turner, stepping out of bounds at the 21-yard line. First down, Martinsburg.
Well, they seem to like their matchups on Ben Turner. Jacob Barrick hauling in some nice catches on this drive.
So the Dogs with a first down and 10 from the 21 in Spring Valley territory. Bajan taking that snap, handing it off. Xavion Kendall, nice hole right at the line of scrimmage into that linebacking core where eventually he gets spun down at the 12-yard line, and that gain is good for 9. 2nd and 1 coming for Martinsburg.
Well, it starts with that initial push at the line by Petrie, the right guard. He got a nice block there at the line of scrimmage and was able to work to the second level. And then Kendall just followed him for a nice pickup.
On 2nd and short, King now in there as the tailback. And guess who's back at quarterback? It's Murphy Clement. And Murphy's going to keep it. Coming here to his left. Leaps over a man, stops, starts again, and he's into the end zone for the Martinsburg Bulldog touchdown. Oh, my goodness. Dalton Caldwell said, I got you. And all of a sudden, Murphy Clement disappeared, then reappeared, and ran in for 6.
And that's with a taped ankle. Yeah. He didn't notice it, right? I mean, it looked the same as he normally runs. Just bouncing off defenders and so tough to bring down on first contact. You need 2 or 3 guys rallying to Murphy Clement if you want to bring him down.
Snap is back, and the extra point for Terwilliger is up and through. 8 minutes, 59 seconds to play in the first half. We take a break with Martinsburg now in front, 21-0.
If you're in an accident, the first thing that you have to do is call 911. You have to get medical care immediately.
The next thing you need to do is call us. When you hire us at the Skinner Law Firm, what we do is we are going to investigate your case, and we're going to lay out the options that you have, all at no cost to you.
We will use all of our resources and all of our experience to get you what you deserve.
The Skinner Law Firm, SkinnerFirm.com.
Ollie's VIP Northside is the best local spot to catch all of your favorite high school, college, and pro sports, or to hang out with friends. Ollie's has a great beer and cocktail menu, along with a food menu that will blow you away. Ollie's offers multiple TVs to watch the game of your choice from anywhere at the bar, or their outdoor patio with cornhole and fire pit. So stop by and see for yourself today at 36 Veronica Drive in Martinsburg. That's Ollie's VIP Northside. We'll see you for the game.
The Martinsburg scoring drive brought to you by Jason Barrett for State Senate Trusted Leadership Real Solutions. How about 9 plays, 99 yards, 3 minutes and 13 seconds, 12 yards on the touchdown run for Murphy Clement. 3rd rushing touchdown of the half, 22nd of the season, 21-0 Martinsburg. Terwilliger pops up a very high kick, and it's going to be caught at the 34-yard line. And a fair catch apparently called for. I never saw the hand go up, but Kendon Kesey, a junior wide receiver and defensive back, brought that one in.
Well, Spring Valley's had some good drives early in the game, but they just haven't really kept a whole lot of them going or finished the drive. The last drive stalling out inside the 1-yard line. The previous drive they got into Martinsburg territory and then came up short on 4th down, and they've only had 2 possessions and were got about 9 minutes to go in the second quarter.
Yep, just the 3rd possession. They'll run their 12th play of this first half right here. Starting quarterback Dalton Fouch awaiting that shotgun snap. He's got it, sets up, throws deep, far side. Penalty marker down near side as the pass on that far side was incomplete. Murphy Clement complaining to the official as he was guarding, I believe it's Page, and yes it is, the big tight end / wide receiver Corbin Page on the near sideline.
Yeah, Murphy and Corbin Page ran, a nice hand battle here on the near side, but they're going to call holding against Murphy, and I think, too, he got him good at the line of scrimmage, but then didn't let go once he got past that 5-yard mark, so it's going to result in the holding.
3 penalties, 20 yards now whistled against Martinsburg as the 10-yard defensive holding penalty will move it out to the 44-yard line. And Clement was saying, I guess, as they engaged, that perhaps Page got his hand up into Clement's face mask. Either way, it goes against the Dogs, and we got that same matchup here on this near sideline. Fouch awaiting that shotgun snap. He's got it. This time going to hand it off, and Caldwell gets a nice little opening before Aiden Fleming comes off a block to grab him by the ankles. Jace Caldwell, 6'1 senior, getting into Bulldog territory down to the 48-yard line. It'll bring up a 2nd and 2.
Well, if you're Spring Valley, you know Martinsburg's shown this look pretty much all night where they're having 2 defenders just be locked in on Ty Bartram because they did not want him to beat them. So if you run to his side, already 2 defenders are pretty much out of the play. So that could be something to keep an eye on if you're Spring Valley.
2 receivers each way. Back to the left of the quarterback. Fouch takes that snap again, hands it off. Caldwell off the left side of the line, able to pick up that first down before being grabbed and dragged down. Let's see who it was for Martinsburg, and that was Braden Herring who makes that stop. But it comes at the 43. That game was good for 5 yards. And it's a 1st and 10 coming. I would have that as just the 3rd first down in this first half for Spring Valley. From that 43 in Bulldog territory. Fouch with the snap, looks far side, lets that pass go, and it should be incomplete. Let's wait and see. It is incomplete. Sarad Musgrove with tremendous coverage on that far side on the intended wide receiver. Waiting to get the number. I believe that is the other Caldwell, Dalton Caldwell, who was the intended target. Waiting to see as he works his way back to the huddle. Yes. Finally, as they break the huddle, I can tell it was the 6-foot senior they were trying to get the football to. 2nd and 10 now from the Bulldog 43, 4th play of the possession. Fouch has that snap, looks near side receiver screen. Page with the catch and quickly goes down at the 41-yard line, just a couple of yard gain. Hudson Clement was the first to come up out of a defensive secondary position to get him around the ankles and then got some help.
Yeah, that's a great tackle there in space. They list Corbin Page at 6'6", 251 pounds, and Hudson Clement just makes a one-on-one tackle with him. And, I mean, that's a safety making a tackle on a big tight end in space, and it was perfect for him.
Gain was good for just 2. It brings up 3rd down and 8, and right now 0 of 2 on 3rd down conversions in the first half for Spring Valley. Fouch to throw, near side. That's Page again with the catch, and he is going to be very close to the first down before being forced out of bounds on the near sideline. Took 3 Bulldogs that time to get the big fella out. It looks like it goes to the 32-yard line, and yep, that's enough for the first.
Yeah, well, they went high, right? So they didn't go low on the big tight end, and if you're not going to win that battle against a guy like Page with his size if you go high on him.
So they do pick up that first down. Now 1 of 3 on 3rd down conversions. 6th play of this possession coming up from the Bulldog 32. Clock winding. Well, stopped right now as the play went out of bounds, so 6:44 on that clock. 3 receivers to the left side. Handoff going to Jace Caldwell. Met in the backfield and taken down on the play. Christian Slack was the one to get in there and blow it up and then got a whole lot of help. The tackle will come back at the 34-yard line, a loss of 2.
Yeah, good job by Slack to get through that hole, get the initial, stop, and then have his teammates clean it up. And really good pursuit by the Bulldogs as they were flying to the football.
Great job. This Bulldog defense has 76 tackles for loss on this season. Looking back through my stat sheet, that's the first tackle for loss in this one. Quick pass to the slot receiver on that far side, and Corbin Page hit, driven backwards. I was going to say, did they blow it? Page a little frustrated at the end of that one, but you couldn't hear a whistle from our vantage point, and officials, certainly no one threw the flag, so they are going to put the football at the 30-yard line, and that was a gain of 4 on that quick pass. It's 3rd and 8 coming.
Yeah, I mean, forward progress has stopped, so I didn't hear a whistle, so I don't blame the Martinsburg players for continuing to play, but you got to at least give some sort of signal that the play is over.
3rd and long for Spring Valley. 5:15 left in this first half. 21-0 the lead for Martinsburg, and now it looks like a timeout going to be taken by Spring Valley. Let's again take just a 30-second break. Don't want to miss anything as we come back here. A 30-second break, 5:10 to play in the half, and Martinsburg in front by 3 scores.
Erie Insurance says here's to the grown-ups who move, mortgage, mow, and still bust a move. But does your home insurance still fit? Erie helps you protect the home you've grown into, all at fair prices that are often less than the other guys. So how do you find the right coverage? Magic. Nope. Local independent agents who get to know you like this.
Your local Erie agent in Martinsburg is Smallwood & Small Insurance. Get a quote at smallwoodandsmall.com.
Erie Insurance.
Now Martinsburg with a 3-score lead as they have scored on all 3 of their offensive possessions. This has been a limited possession game in this first half as Martinsburg scored on the opening possession, 2 minutes 16 seconds. A 3-yard touchdown run for Murphy Clement, then a 10-yard touchdown run for Clement, capped a 5-minute and 14-second drive, and then a 3-minute and 13-second drive capped as Clement got his 3rd touchdown from 12 yards out. Martinsburg has had drives of 58, 68, and 99 yards. This is just the 3rd offensive possession for Spring Valley, and they face a 3rd and 8 at the Bulldog 30, and Fouch to throw. Receiver screen, far side grab made, and Caldwell quickly hit and taken down inside the 30 at about the 27-yard line. Jace Caldwell, the senior, out of the backfield, taking that one in the flat on the left.
Yeah, almost a dangerous throw there by Fouch, but he was able to get it by the defensive lineman, E.J. Hendricks, and get it to his receiver, Caldwell. But again, Martinsburg pursuing the football quickly and able to hold it to a minimal gain. And again, Spring Valley now forced to go for it here on 4th down and 5.
From the Martinsburg 27, they've turned it over on down to the Bulldog 37 at the Bulldog 1, and now from the Martinsburg 27 on 4th and 5. Fouch awaiting that snap. 3 receivers here to this near side. He sets up, wants to throw. Pocket collapsing. Throws over the middle and incomplete. Overshoots his intended target as Corbin Page had cut off his route at about the 10-yard line. Martinsburg will take over again on downs.
Yeah, I didn't see the full play there on Page's end, but it did kind of look like maybe Pearson had grabbed at him, but I didn't track the whole thing, so I wasn't sure if it just he just stopped running or what, but it looked like there might have been some contact there, but incomplete, and the Dogs take over.
So Martinsburg from their own 27 will have 1st down and 10. Still 4:18 to play in this first half, and with a 21-0 lead, plenty of time for the Dogs, and Ezra Bajent now back in at quarterback. He'll have King in the backfield with him. And the Dogs with that traditional setup where they have 2 receivers each way. The ball is over on that far side hash mark. King is going to move over to the right side of the quarterback. Snap is back and hang on. Penalty marker down. We'll have another delay of game. Wow. We've had that a couple of times now for the Bulldogs, including on the very first play from scrimmage. Martinsburg now 4 penalties for 25 yards in the half.
Yeah, that's been a weird thing to happen. Playing at home, you don't see that a ton. And it's just been, for whatever reason, Martinsburg can't seem to get plays in consistently.
1st and 15 from their own 22, and a throw to the near side intercepted. There's Ty Bartram down the near sideline inside the 10-yard line and hit at the 8. Ezra Bajent may have tried to force that one, and Ty Bartram was the only one there and able to pick that one off.
Looked like a miscommunication. I think it was Hudson Clement here on the near side who ran, a kind of a post route, and it looked like Ezra was expecting something underneath, and obviously Bartram with his athleticism was able to track that football and get the interception, and him making a big play here because now with 4 minutes to go, you can get right back in this ball game, and Spring Valley has the ball to begin the second half.
First down and 10 from the Bulldog 9-yard line with 4:08 remaining in the half. Shy, the big fella, in there as a fullback behind the quarterback as Fouch goes up under center. Bartram comes in motion, handoff to Bartram on the jet sweep, grabbed in the backfield and taken down. Oh, nice job by the big fella, E.J. Hendricks, 6'1", 230, and the sophomore defensive lineman got him by the ankles.
He just seems to be getting better and better each week on the D-line. And look, Martinsburg is taking Ty Bartram away on the outside, so Spring Valley says, well, we got to give him the football. He's one of our best players, if not our best player. So they try to run him on an end around, and Martinsburg still knows where he's at, and they're able to get in the backfield and get that penetration.
Second down, goal to go now from the 11. I backfield, Caldwell, the deep man, behind Shy, the fullback. Fouch out from under center, going to hand it off. Caldwell looking for running room right, and there is none as he's grabbed and dragged down, and that's Aiden Fleming, the other big defensive lineman, coming up with a big play.
Tackling has been huge for Martinsburg tonight. They are just, making these tackles in space against really good athletes, and they're not missing tackles, which we've seen kind of the opposite from Spring Valley. Spring Valley's missed a few tackles there in space, and Martinsburg is wrapping up and finishing plays really on almost every running play and stuff like that.
Third down and goal to go from the 11-yard line. This started after the INT return down to the 9. There is the snap back, and on the play-action pass, Fouch wants to throw. Back middle of the end zone, and incomplete. No, he couldn't hang on to it, intended for Corbin Page, and that was Hudson Clement defensively who helped to get a hand in there.
That would have been one of the few times Ty Bartram has been open, but Fouch just kind of missed him. He wanted his big tight end in the back of the end zone, but I think he had Bartram underneath who could have worked his way in, but when you haven't seen him open, you've seen the double team pretty much all night, it's rare to maybe look at him because he's been getting double teamed. So unable to find Bartram underneath there, and that results in the incompletion.
Well, and Spring Valley will go ahead and burn their final timeout of this first half. Once again, we'll go ahead and keep it here with just 2:34 remaining in the half. Martinsburg in front 21-0. And from the Bulldog 11-yard line, a fourth down and goal to go is coming for the Timberwolves. On third down, they are 1 of 5. They are 0 for 3 on third down conversions, as on their first 3 possessions, they turned it over on downs each time.
Yeah, and again, Spring Valley's had opportunities to get points, but
yes,
they haven't. And you wonder, maybe they should have kicked the field goal earlier. I don't know. I mean, you're down 21-0 now. Now you're in a tough fourth down.
You've got 3 receivers here to the right, a single receiver out to the left, out of the shotgun. Fouch awaits the snap. He's got it. Controlled roll to that far side. He's throwing, looking for Corbin. Penalty marker down. Oh, my goodness. It looked like the receiver was already going down, and unfortunately Murphy Clement ended up running right over the top of him. Both went down, and it'll end up being a pass interference.
I think Murphy was already, though, grabbing at him, so that's why you're going to see PI on that play opposed to no call.
So pass interference. They will move that football. Should be, half the distance to the goal, which will go from the 11 down to about the 5.5. So technically we'll call it just a 5-yard penalty for the pass interference, as the Bulldogs will now pick up their 5th penalty for 30 yards. Still waiting to get things set. It will be just outside of that 5-yard line and will remain 4th down. That is not an automatic first down on the high school level. So it becomes 4th down and goal to go with the football just outside of the 5.
Yeah, the scoreboard will say first down, but it is 4th down, as on the sticks they have it 4th down.
So 3 receivers out to the left, back to the left of the quarterback. Fouch taking the snap, rolling far side, lets that pass go. Intercepted in the end zone. Murphy Clement with the INT, tackled in the end zone, and the Bulldog defense once again holds on a goal line stand.
Yeah, pretty much ran that same play, and that's a tough throw for Dalton Fouch. He's rolling to his left, and he really only has one option. It's the receiver on that left side. He runs kind of toward the middle instead of going to the outside, and then Clement just sitting right there waiting for the football.
Still 2:20 to play in our first half as the Bulldogs will take over, and it comes out to that 20-yard line after the touchback on the INT for Murphy Clement. Bajan back out there at quarterback, taking that snap and handing it off, and that's King this time looking for running room over the right side of the line, and he's going to have a gain of 10 out to the 30-yard line. Great blocking as he just picked and weaved his way for a 10-yard gain. Looking back, that is just the second carry for him. He went for minus a yard the last time he touched it. Picks up 10 here, first down for the Bulldogs. That is now 13 Martinsburg first downs in this first half. And a whistle stopping the play on a play-action screen to the near side, and Roman Pearson, just as he was pulling it in, had to hold up, and it's a procedure penalty against Martinsburg. Why not? They have struggled with some penalties in this one. 6 for 35 yards now in this first half.
Yeah, it's one thing that Martinsburg's kind of had just all season is a lot of penalties at times.
How many do you ask? 108 for 925 yards coming in. That's a couple.
It sounds like a lot. I don't know what the state average is in penalties.
First and 15 now from their own 25, and Bajan to throw, lets it go, and a little behind Roman Pearson, the slot receiver, who then gets shoved down by Bartram. And that pass incomplete.
Yeah, a few Bulldog fans wanting a penalty there, but usually you're not going to get that because DBs are playing through the play, so they're thinking, well, if he caught it, I got to make a hit.
Second and 15 coming. Not sure on that one if as Bajan let it go, whether it was just simply behind him or whether he was maybe thinking Pearson was going to settle down in that spot instead of continuing across the field. Murphy Clement, it looks like, back in there now at quarterback. He's going to keep it coming here to the near side. He's to that 30-yard line. Leaps over a man. He's out to the 35 and the 40 and goes down at the 41-yard line. Great run, Murphy Clement, and he's got the first down on a pickup of 16.
Yeah, Spring Valley just can't stop this ground game tonight. So, if Murphy Clement didn't hurt that ankle or foot or toe, whatever it is, I think Martinsburg would have an even bigger lead in this game because they've just been able to run him at free will when he's been able to go on the field. Now they're trying to save him for defense, so they want to keep him healthy.
14 carries, 97 yards unofficially for Murphy Clement after that big run. Snap is back, and Clement wants to throw. Deep along this near side, he's looking for Jacob Barrick, who makes the grab, hangs on to the football. Yes, he did, reaching right up over top of the defensive back and pulling that one in.
Well, that's going to be our nominee for the Kelly's All-State Good Hands catch of the game by Jacob Barrick. Now, he is down on the field grabbing at his foot, but Barrick has made a few of those here on this near sideline where he's just been able to track the football and make some great catches.
All the way down to the 22-yard line in Spring Valley territory. That gain will be good for 37 yards and a first. Murphy Clement taking the snap, started running right, cuts back to his left, makes a couple of guys miss, then gets hit and driven down at about the 19, maybe the 18-yard line.
Well, that was one of the few times when Murphy Clement didn't make the whole defense look silly. I mean, they eventually brought him down, and he's kind of been able to just do whatever he wants out there. Like, it's almost like if the play isn't there, he still makes a play. That time, though, Spring Valley did a nice job of rallying to the football, making that tackle.
Gain of 3 sets up 2nd and 7, and Murphy Clement, wow, he had nowhere to go that time as he gets taken down right at the line of scrimmage, and that's Page, who came in off the left side of the defense, right side of the offense. And now, with not much time left, 9 seconds, 8 seconds, Murphy Clement takes it, spikes it into the ground, and stops the clock with 5 seconds left, and Martinsburg will have one more play in this first half.
Yeah, and that's a situation where there's timeouts that you had to burn because of trying to prevent penalties kind of hurts you, because maybe you could get a touchdown here before halftime, but now not nearly enough time, and you're going to have to try a relatively long field goal.
Yep, it will be Brent Terwilliger coming in for what will be the 8th play of this possession. Getting ready to set up for what will be a 36-yard field goal from the near side hash mark. Awaiting that snap, Hudson Clement is the holder. There is the snap, and hang on, penalty marker down again, and we're going to get another delay of game penalty. I don't know if they're setting the football quickly or what the situation is, but Martinsburg is really having a hard time with that in this one.
Yeah, I mean, what is that, 4 delay of games it feels like, or 3 maybe?
At least 3. I'll go back and look through my stat sheet, but move that ball now back to the 24-yard line and make it a more challenging field goal.
Does move to the middle of the field now after the penalty.
He does move it a little bit closer, a yard closer, because he went from 36 to what will now be a 40-yard field goal. We watched him warming up on these, and there's the snap, the placement, the kick. It is up and no good, just short. Yep, if that would have been 5 yards closer, he would have made it, but the penalty cost him there. And Coach Sherman going out saying something to our head referee. I think Terwilliger got run into at the end of that play. He wanted a call, and he's not going to get it. Well, we will head to the half with Martinsburg out in front by 3 scores. Well, no, I tell you what Sherm's talking about. I can see him now with the way that he was winding that finger. He wants to know why they're running things so quickly. All right, let's get ready and send it down. Take it away, Spencer.
We're down. Coach of the Bulldogs, Britt Sherman, you guys up. I'm unable to get that field goal in, but so far so good.
Yeah, that's on me, and I talked to him about that play clock. That's the fastest play clock I've ever been a part of. Now, I like to go fast and no huddle, and we're not getting plays off. So that's on me, because he'd have made it if we'd have been up 5 yards farther. But please, defense playing lights out. You know, offense, a couple miscues, but other than that, Murphy Clement is showing what he's got.
You talk about that defense being able to shut down Bartram. That's amazing for what happened in that first game.
Yeah, we got to do another half.
What are you going to tell your team going into half?
0-0. Win this half. We're good to go.
All right, thanks, Coach. Good luck in the second half. Back to you guys.
All right, there you go. We hear from head coach Britt Sherman as the Bulldogs go into the locker room with a 21-0 lead, but had a chance for 3 more points late, and that delay of game penalty certainly costing them at the end of quarter number 2. All right, our halftime activities coming up after this 2-minute timeout. It's West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
Let's go! Drink some beers! Mountaineer Grill and Pub!
Mountaineer Grill and Pub offers many daily specials, including Trivia Night Monday, Karaoke Tuesday, Steak Night Wednesday and Sunday, Thursday night Boneless Wing Night, and on Friday and Saturday nights there'll be a DJ and or karaoke. And remember, Monday through Friday, happy hour, 11 a.m. to 6 p.m., $2 domestic bottles and $2.50 domestic drafts.
Let's go! Drink some beers! Mountaineer Grill and Pub!
Home helpers of the Eastern Panhandle, making life easier for you, your family, and especially your loved ones that need their care. They are locally owned and searching for smiling faces to hire so that your loved one can stay in their home where they are the happiest. Call 304-433-8000 or visit homehelpershomecare.com/panhandle, or you can visit them at 3192 Winchester Avenue right here in Martinsburg. Each office is independently owned and operated.
The right attorney can make all the difference in the outcome of your case.
I called Sutton and Janelle, the best lawyers you could ask for.
Sutton and Janelle Attorneys at Law. 70 years of collective legal experience. Family law, criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, and mediation.
Sutton and Janelle got the most favorable outcome I could have expected.
Visit Sutton and Janelle's new historic location, 224 West King Street in Martinsburg. Online at suttonandjanelle.com. Sutton and Janelle Attorneys at Law. They value your rights and are passionate about your success.
Mayhem is everywhere.
I'm your new bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs? Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596.
We welcome you back into Coburn Field at David M. Walker Stadium. Our halftime activities brought to you by the Mansion Ferretti Law Firm in Martinsburg, where it's about seeking justice for you. Go to wvjusticelawyers.com. Along with Nick Verzolini, I'm Matt Miller. Down on the sidelines, we've got Spencer Dupuis, Isaiah Horner, and John Alderton running cameras. Donna Schaffner, our producer on site, and Colin McLaughlin, our engineer, back at the studio. Wow, is this the way you saw this game playing out when we talked about it earlier today?
Yes and no, I'd say,
right.
because Spring Valley's had opportunities to make it a much closer ball game than it is on the scoreboard here at 21-0, but the Bulldogs' defense, especially in the red zone, has been great. So this this could have been a 21-14 game here at halftime, because Spring Valley's had 2 trips inside the 5-yard line and haven't been able to get any points. So, give credit to the Bulldogs defense, but I think the way Martinsburg started offensively going up and, able to establish that ground game, especially early, really helped them. But I also think Spring Valley has got to be kind of kicking themselves a little bit, because they could definitely be within a score here at halftime, but instead they're down 21.
Yeah, let's go back and take a look at it. Martinsburg took the opening possession, 6 plays, 58 yards, 2 minutes and 16 seconds. Murphy Clement, a 3-yard touchdown run, 7-0 Martinsburg. Spring Valley, their opening possession, started at their own 30, got to the Bulldog 37 on a 4th down and 5, completed a pass, but for only 4 yards. Turnover on downs, Martinsburg gets it back. They go 68 yards on that second possession, 10 plays, 5 minutes, 14 seconds. Again, Murphy Clement with a 10-yard touchdown run. 14-0 the Bulldogs, and that would be our score going into the second quarter. Spring Valley's second possession started at their own 42, marched it all the way down to the Bulldog 1-yard line, and on 4th down and goal to go, Cody Shy, the fullback, stopped before getting into the end zone, and Martinsburg takes over and puts together a 9-play, 99-yard drive, 3 minutes and 13 seconds, 12 yards the touchdown run as Murphy Clement does it again, his 3rd of the first half, 22nd of the season. 21-0 Martinsburg. Next possession for Spring Valley. They take it from their own 34, get to the Bulldog 27. Ran 9 plays with that 9th play. Well, it was a 4th and 5 from the Bulldog 27. The incomplete pass gave it back to Martinsburg, and well, that next possession lasted technically only 1 play. They got to delay a game before the play was ever run, and then it was an INT as Ty Bartram was able to pick off Ezra Bajan. But that Bulldog defense again does the job, as they would get, I guess, technically a turnover on downs with an interception in the end zone by Murphy Clement on a 4th down and goal to go from the 6-yard line. And then Martinsburg, with the final possession of that first half, drives from their own 20 down to the 20. Well, technically 19-yard line of Spring Valley, lining up for a 36-yard field goal to close out the first half, and a delay-a-game penalty will back them up, and the 40-yard field goal for Brent Terwilliger falls just short. And, well, Martinsburg misses a chance to add to the lead, but out in front by 3 scores at the intermission.
Yeah, so you got to be satisfied, like Coach Sherman said. Your defense has been able to slow down Ty Bartram in this first half with the double coverages. That's worked well so far, so Spring Valley's going to have to adjust to that. And, in the red zone, you've been great defensively. So Martinsburg's got to feel pretty good here at the half. Obviously, penalties they're going to want to clean up in the second half. And for Spring Valley, you really got to finish drives, because that's what's held you back in this ball game. But overall, I think Martinsburg controlling the clock, running the ball really well, that's kind of thrown Spring Valley off their game, because they've been limited in their possessions and their opportunities, and then when they've gotten those opportunities, they haven't converted.
Well, there you go. That is our story as we are here at the intermission. Martinsburg in front by a 21-0 score as we continue on our Mansion Ferretti Law Firm halftime show. We're going to send it back to the studio, and Colin McLaughlin is standing by with scores from around the Mountain State and all of the playoffs that are going on tonight. So let's check in with him after this at the intermission. It is Martinsburg leading Spring Valley 21-0.
Ever try to collect on an insurance claim? Perhaps a homeowner's claim, auto accident, or fire. Insurance companies collect money from you for protection should something bad happen. And when it does, they don't want to pay, or they offer too little. At Mansion Ferretti, we have an attorney who worked defending insurance companies and knows all the dirty tricks they play to deny or lowball your claim. Call us today for help in getting what you really deserve. Mansion Ferretti, when you need justice.
Ollie's VIP Northside is the best local spot to catch all of your favorite high school, college, and pro sports, or to hang out with friends. Ollie's has a great beer and cocktail menu, along with a food menu that will blow you away. Ollie's offers multiple TVs to watch the game of your choice from anywhere at the bar, or their outdoor patio with cornhole and fire pit. So stop by and see for yourself today at 36 Veronica Drive in Martinsburg. That's Ollie's VIP Northside. We'll see you for the game. Conveniently located at 440 Williamsport Pike in Martinsburg, Sunset Car Wash's staff specializes in keeping your car clean. From our famous 3-minute cloth wash to our touchless automatic and 6 self-serve bays, we offer whatever preference you have for your car wash needs. If your vehicle could talk, it would say, "Take me to Sunset Car Wash." That's Sunset Car Wash at 440 Williamsport Pike in Martinsburg. Locally owned and operated.
This is Matt Miller, along with my wife Dale.
As homeowners, we've been through the mortgage process several times, and each time we went to Mark and Cheryl Savitt at the Mortgage Center.
They treat you like family with personal one-on-one service, walking with you through the process from application to settlement.
Plus, low interest rates and closing costs.
The Mortgage Center is on Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg.
Phone 304-267-9040.
Or online at mortgagefinancing.com.
NMLS number 237527, equal housing lender.
Welcome into the Home Helpers Home Care of Martinsburg halftime scoreboard show. Colin McLaughlin here for Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10. At the half, between Spring Valley and Martinsburg, and the Bulldogs lead the Timberwolves 21-0. Let's look at your other playoff games currently going on in AAA. The number 5 seed Cabell Midland leads the number 4 seed University High 20-7 at halftime. And also at the half is the 1-seeded Huntington leading the 9-seeded George Washington 12-7. Tomorrow, the only game in AAA that will be in action is the number 3 Bridgeport Indians taking on the number 6 Jefferson Cougars. In AA, at the half, the 16th seed Fairmont Senior leads the 8th seed Robert C. Byrd 21-0. Also at halftime, the 14th seed Bluefield leads the 6th seed North Marion 14-7. And also at the half is the 10th seeded Roane County leading the 2nd seed Independence 8-6 in AA playoffs. So all the higher seeds currently in the lead for AA. Tomorrow's only game for AA playoffs is the 13th seed Frankfurt Falcons going to the 5th seed Polka Dots. The only game going on in Single A tonight, at the half, it is the 6th-seeded Williamstown beating the 3-seeded East Hardy Cougars 17-12. The other games that will be taking place tomorrow in Single A is the 2-seed Doddridge County hosting the 7-seed James Monroe. 4th seed Ritchie County will host the 5th seed Mount View, and the 8th seed Wheeling Central will host the 16th seed Gilmer County. Those are all the scores currently going on in the Mountain State, and also in the Shriners Children's Charleston Cat Classic going on for some NCAA Division I men's basketball. The West Virginia Mountaineers were up 47-35 at the half, and in the second half are being outscored 38-21. Which means with 3:15 to go in the second half, they are down by 5 to Marquette, 73-68. That is your Home Helpers Home Care of Martinsburg scoreboard show. Again, at the half, Martinsburg 21, Spring Valley nothing. Let's now send it back to Coburn Field for the second half with Matt Miller and Nick Verzolini in 2 minutes. Are you considering selling your home and don't know where to start? Then call Chris Ross and the Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. A Martinsburg High School graduate, Chris knows the local market, and he's proven it as #1 real estate team in West Virginia in 2019. Phone Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams at 304-579-7349 or go to callchrisross.com. Let's celebrate your real estate milestone together.
Erie Insurance says here's to the grown-ups who move, mortgage, mow, and still bust a move. But does your home insurance still fit? Erie helps you protect the home you've grown into, all at fair prices that are often less than the other guys. So how do you find the right coverage? Magic. Nope. Local independent agents who get to know you like this.
Your local Erie agent in Martinsburg is Smallwood and Small Insurance. Get a quote at smallwoodandsmall.com.
Erie Insurance.
The right attorney can make all the difference in the outcome of your case.
I called Sutton and Janelle, the best lawyers you could ask for.
Sutton and Janelle Attorneys at Law. 70 years of collective legal experience. Family law, criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, and mediation.
Sutton and Janelle got the most favorable outcome I could have expected.
Visit Sutton and Janelle's new historic location, 224 West King Street in Martinsburg. Online at suttonandjanelle.com. Sutton and Janelle Attorneys at Law. They value your rights and are passionate about your success.
You need to keep your vehicle in good working order, but car and truck repairs can be very costly. Bears Repair in Martinsburg performs all kinds of auto repairs at prices most often well below their competition. Bears Repair offers tune-ups, oil change and lubrication, small and large engine and transmission repair, wheel balancing, front end alignment, exhaust system replacement, air conditioning checks, auto inspections, and new tires. Stop by for a free estimate at Bears Repair, 904 Winchester Avenue in Martinsburg. Phone 262-0208. Bears Repair.
We are back on a cold night here at Coburn Field at David M. Walker Stadium. Nick, as you look out across that turf, I wonder how footing will be in the second half. Did you see like a sheen across that turf surface? It gives you an idea of a little bit of dampness, a wetness as the temperature has gone down throughout the course of the evening. We'll see how it plays out. Martinsburg with a 21-0 lead here at the half. And as we continue on our Mansion Ferretti Law Firm halftime show, time for a look at the first half numbers. A service of Dobson and Associates PLLC, providing all of your back office needs. That includes accounting, payroll, and human resources. Give them a call at 304-264-0437 or stop by at 217 West Burke Street in Martinsburg. Let's begin with the Bulldog defense. Spring Valley in the first half, 4 possessions, a turnover on downs, technically on all 4, although the last one, it was an interception in the end zone on that 4th down and goal to go from the 6. So for Spring Valley, they had 1 turnover in the first half, 4 first downs, penalized twice for 20 yards. And looking at third down conversions, just 1 of 5, and fourth down conversions, 0 of 4, as they went for those fourth downs that ultimately ended each of those 4 first half possessions. In 24 plays, 121 yards for Spring Valley, 40 of that on the ground, 81 of that through the air, as starting quarterback Dalton Fouch is 8 of 14 for 81 yards and an interception. Fouch carrying the football has just 1 yard on 1 attempt. 2 carries, 2 yards for the big fullback as Cody Shy was shut down at the goal line on a couple of carries. 1 carry for -2 yards on a jet sweep for Ty Bartram, and then 6 carries for 39 yards for their leading rusher, Jace Caldwell, leading that ground attack. In the wide receiving core, Corbin Page able to haul in 3 receptions for 15 yards. 1 catch for 5 yards for the big offensive lineman, Connor McCann, the junior at 281, catching a deflected ball. Yeah, he was not an eligible receiver, but once that ball was tipped by Jacob Barrick, it was a free ball. And the big guy McCann pulls it down and picks up 5 yards. 1 catch for 49 yards coming for Dalton Caldwell. That is their biggest offensive play in this first half. 2 grabs for 9 yards coming for Ben Turner, and then 1 catch for 3 yards out of the backfield for Jace Caldwell. Let's turn to the Martinsburg Bulldogs, who in the first half would have 5 possessions. They would score on 3, turn it over with an INT on 1 of those, and then miss the field goal to close out the first half. So Martinsburg with 3 touchdowns. The 1 turnover was an interception. The Dogs penalized 7 times for 40 yards in the first half. 3 of 5 on third down conversions and 1 of 1 on fourth down conversions. And Martinsburg has been able to do what Spring Valley hasn't, Nick, and that's finish, if you will.
Yeah, and that's obviously a big difference in the game. the Bulldogs able to put up those 21 points. And Spring Valley, again, they've had some success. It hasn't been a great first half, 121 total yards, but they've definitely moved the football. They've had opportunities to get points and just coming up short. I think, Martinsburg's ability to shut down Bartram in that first half has been amazing. I mean, they've double-teamed him, and you would think with a team like Spring Valley that has other good weapons, they'd still find a way to exploit that double-team and make them pay for it, but they haven't. And I think that gives credit to how talented the other Bulldog defenders have been because they've been able to win those one-on-one matchups.
Let's round out the numbers for Martinsburg. 34 offensive plays in this first half for 281 yards, 120 rushing, and 161 through the air. Individual totals, let's see. Murphy Clement, 3 of 5 passing for 85 yards, has 16 carries for 100 yards exactly to lead the Bulldog ground game. Ezra Bajan, 5 of 8 passing for 76 yards and 1 interception. He has not run the football in this first half. 2 carries, 9 yards for Eric King, 2 for 11 for Xavion Kendall, and that rounds out the individual numbers in the passing and running categories. Let's go to the receivers. Hudson Clement, 2 catches, 47 yards. Jacob Barrick, 4 grabs for 77 yards. A catch for 32 for Roman Pearson, and a grab for 5 yards for Cash Gideon. There you go. Numbers brought to you by Dobson and Associates PLLC. They are at 217 West Burke Street in Martinsburg. Phone 304-264-0437 for all of your back office needs. Let's send it back to the studio. We will take a 2-minute timeout. On the other side of the break, we'll get ready for our second half of action. We are at the intermission with your score, Martinsburg 21 and Spring Valley nothing.
The Mid-Atlantic Group has been serving the area's insurance needs for 40 years. We are an independent insurance agency, therefore we can offer insurance from many insurance companies, find the right coverage at the right price with easy payment plan. Located at 201 West Martin Street in Martinsburg, the Mid-Atlantic Group is easily accessible from Morgan, Jefferson, and Berkeley County. To set up an appointment with a local insurance professional, give them a call today at 304-267-8989. That's the Mid-Atlantic Group at 201 West Martin Street in Martinsburg. Let them help insure you today. Ollie's VIP Northside is the best local spot to catch all of your favorite high school, college, and pro sports, or to hang out with friends. Ollie's has a great beer and cocktail menu, along with a food menu that will blow you away. Ollie's offers multiple TVs to watch the game of your choice from anywhere at the bar, or their outdoor patio with cornhole and fire pit. So stop by and see for yourself today at 36 Veronica Drive in Martinsburg. That's Ollie's VIP Northside. We'll see you for the game.
Politicians in Washington are pushing a government takeover of Americans' energy consumption. They call it infrastructure. But it's just another bait and switch to enact Green New Deal policies that lead to fewer jobs, higher taxes, and more expensive utility bills for West Virginians. President Biden's so-called infrastructure plans would cost trillions, create a new tax on natural gas, move us closer to banning gas-powered vehicles, and create a crippling California-style renewable energy mandate, all while doing little, if anything, to improve the environment. West Virginians have proudly helped power our nation for decades, and we know the way to improve the environment is through innovation, not government mandates. Senator Manchin can defend our West Virginia values by stopping this extreme partisan power grab. Ask Senator Manchin to keep his promise. Go to wvvalues.org to learn how.
Both teams back out on the field as we wrap up our halftime, brought to you by the Manchin Ferretti Law Firm in Martinsburg, where it's about seeking justice for you. Go to wvjusticelawyers.com. Hey, special shout outs to the Maynard family tuning in from the Huntington area. We understand they were on their way up here, at least hoping to get up here for this one, but things just did not work out. And so let's see, Kevin, Erica, also Landon, Addison, Aiden, and especially Logan. I was looking forward to a chance to meet the family as a whole and to have Logan up here in the press box with us for a little bit before the game. It just didn't work out. I know you guys are tuning in from down in Huntington and rooting for the Dogs. I love it. Thank you so much for your support and tuning in each week throughout the course of the season. It was great to meet Kevin up here earlier this year and to see them when we made our trip down to Spring Valley. Hopefully our paths will cross again. We thank you all for joining us at each of our broadcast entities with this opportunity to bring you tonight's action. Well, we already know Spring Valley going to get that football to start the second half, and our second half kick is a service of Bears Repair at 904 Winchester Avenue in Martinsburg. If you're having car troubles, kick off your search for the right mechanic by stopping at Bears Repair. For all your automotive repair needs, they've got the certified mechanics to help you out. Call them at 304-262-0208. How big is this opening possession of the second half for Spring Valley, Nick?
It's huge. I mean, you're down 21-0 to a very explosive Martinsburg offense that's already pretty much shown that they can score at will on you. So if you don't get some points here, you're going to be put in a very tough situation. So Spring Valley needs to find a way to get in the end zone and get back into this football game, and that would also give you that momentum and that confidence back, kind of like we saw in Game 1. Once they started to build on their confidence, they started playing much better football. So it transitions to defense. Offense transitions to defense in this situation. If you're Spring Valley, if you can get some points, it'll give you some confidence.
Jason Colrick, thank you for your comments through text, and a shout-out to Jason as well, tuning in, former sideline reporter for these Bulldog games, if I can get my plurals in the right spot. I think I put the emphasis on the wrong syllable. Here's the pop-up on the second half kick, and it is Ty Bartram who will call for the fair catch along the near side numbers and make that grab. It looks like the 38-yard line where Spring Valley will start their first possession of the second half. See what they can do to get some offense brewing in this one. It's a team coming in averaging about 376 yards of total offense, and they had 361 the last time these two teams got together, but held to just 121 in the first half so far tonight. See what adjustments both of these coaching staffs make and how well these players can come out and execute.
Well, those quick passes were probably their best plays in the first half, so maybe we see some of that.
Well, they're going empty backfield, and the snap is back, and the pass comes near side, and Corbin Page pushed out of bounds at the 41-yard line. And, boy, did it look like there was some movement before the snap of that football.
Just a little bit, yeah.
Okay, apparently there was none, as Page able to haul that one in and gets forced out after a pickup of about 3. His fourth reception now for 18 yards, 2nd and 7 coming. So use the quick passing, try to get Dalton Fouch maybe into a rhythm, see if you could even break one of those and pick up a few more yards. Martinsburg's done very well tackling, though, after the catches.
Yeah, besides that one play where they got down inside the 5 or something.
Again, an empty backfield, 5 receivers headed out. Fouch to throw with some pressure. It's intercepted. Hudson Clement at the 42-yard line gets to the midfield stripe before being taken down there. Second turnover for Spring Valley, the second INT.
Well, you don't want to force it, though, and you forced it there in between about 2 or 3 defenders. Dalton Fouch, he came into this game with just 4 picks. He's thrown 2 tonight. That one certainly more costly to begin the second half. Just threw it right to Clement.
Yeah, underneath coverage, and he was there. And now Martinsburg will have their first possession of the second half starting at the midfield stripe. 11:48 to play. Wow, just 12 seconds off the clock, and already Martinsburg's got it. It's Murphy Clement at quarterback with King to the left side of him. Trip receivers tight to the formation to the right. Everyone is blockers as Murphy Clement works his way up the field for a gain of about 5 yards before being wrapped up and taken down.
Martinsburg that time just winning the line of scrimmage, getting that initial push. And then Murphy Clement, he's so patient with his runs that he's able to find the hole and get that solid 5-yard pickup.
Ty Bartram on that carry. A gain of 5, 2nd and 5 coming, and now 105 yards on 17 carries for Murphy Clement. Snap is back, and Clement's going to keep it. Looking for room here to the near side, put his hand on the back of a blocker, and picks up about 4 yards down to the 41. That's a guy you want in front of you. Justin Petrie, 6'1", 300 pounds. He put his hand on the back of the senior, then cut back to his right, and was able to get close to the first.
And again, there's Bartram there to make the tackle. Murphy a little bit gimpy after that run, so you hope he's all right. Just got him down by the ankle, not being looked at by a trainer or anything, but was a little bit slow after the run.
And now Ezra Bajan out there on a 3rd down and 1 yard to go for a first. Xavion Kendall is the back to the left side of him. There is the snap back, and Ezra Bajan's going to keep it, and he's going to get that first down. Hey, nice job, Xavion Kendall. He's not all that big, but he did a great job of meeting a would-be tackler in the hole and creating that opportunity for Ezra Bajan to get the first on a gain of 2.
Yeah, Bajan not known for his running, but can do it a little bit. And there he's able to tuck it in, do a pretty good job of keeping on the QB keeper and finding that hole and using his lead blocker.
1st and 10 now from the Spring Valley 39. Bajan awaits that snap's got it. Play action pass, gives a little pump fake deep down the middle. He's looking for Hudson Clement, in and out of his hands and incomplete. That ball seemed to hang just a little bit. Hudson Clement going up between 2 defenders just could not pull that one in. Ty Bartram back there. Also back there defensively was Jace Caldwell.
Yeah, good coverage by Caldwell. It was a nice double move by Hudson Clement. Bajan trusting his receiver to go up and make a play, but did kind of lead him a little bit too much, or kind of left a little bit too much air underneath that one. But it would have been a tough throw either way.
Yeah, 2nd down and a 10 from the 39 of Spring Valley. Martinsburg moving from right to left. Ball is on the near side. Hash mark snap is back. Handoff Xavion Kendall quickly through that initial line of scrimmage. Has a pickup of about 4 as he's tripped up at the 35.
Yeah, nice tackle there by Corbin Page. Because if he misses that, Kendall's probably still running and has 1st down and more. But again, Martinsburg's been very patient with their offense. They're willing to take these short runs and kill some clock, which really isn't their style.
On 3rd down and 6, Bajan with 2 receivers each way. Kendall to his right side. There is the snap. Bajan wants to throw. Looking. Now flushed. Rolls far side. He throws deep and overthrows the intended target again. Just didn't get enough air under that one. A little wheel route for Xavion Kendall out of the backfield. He was open, but the pass is overthrown.
Yeah, maybe taking that Shepherd's playbook. We've seen Ronnie Brown for Shepherd make so many great plays on the wheel route. He had Roman Pearson, though, here on this backside post. Just didn't really look that way.
Well, now Martinsburg will go for it from the 35-yard line of Spring Valley on a 4th down and 6, and Bajan wants to throw. Steps up in the pocket, lets it go near side, high into the air. Jacob Barrick makes the catch at the 25-yard line, gets tripped up falling backwards down to the 23. That tackle made by Ben Turner.
Well, pretty much if Jacob Barrick's got one-on-one, Bajan and Murphy Clement have been trusting him and his big body to go up and get that football. It's almost basketball season. I think Barrick does play, so they'll go up for him, and it's almost like he's going up and grabbing a rebound.
8th play of the possession coming. With the football now at that 23-yard line. Handoff going to Xavion Kendall. Good job to get by a defender that got into that backfield and actually pick up some positive yards as they will mark it down to the 21, so that's a gain of 2.
And using the run to set up these passing plays for Ezra Bajan. Xavion Kendall running in between the tackles a lot tonight, which isn't necessarily his forte.
2nd down and 8, and Bajan wants to throw. Sets up, throws over the middle, and has his man at the goal line. Catch is made. Touchdown, Martinsburg, and that's Xavion Kendall out of the backfield.
Yeah, kind of a variation of that wheel route. Xavion Kendall cutting up in between tackle and guard, and then just slipping through, got matched up on a linebacker, and Ezra found him, and it was a great executed play by the Bulldogs.
Hey, you don't think of him as a receiver, right? But Kendall now has 13 catches and 4 have gone for touchdowns. He's got 260-plus receiving yards after pulling that one in. Extra point for Terwilliger, up and good. 8 minutes, 12 seconds to play in quarter number 3. And Martinsburg now leads it 28-0.
Are you considering selling your home and don't know where to start? Then call Chris Ross and the Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. A Martinsburg High School graduate, Chris knows the local market, and he's proven it as #1 real estate team in West Virginia in 2019. Phone Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams at 304-579-7349 or go to callchrisross.com. Let's celebrate your real estate milestone together.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if indeed ordering the exact vehicle my clients want, exactly the way that they want it, is a crime, then they are in fact guilty.
Order! Order in the dealership, I say! Order! Order the vehicle you want the way you want it faster at Dutch Miller Kia.
We give you that scoring drive summary after the ensuing kickoff, and it's a deep kick that will come down at about the 12-yard line. Return man right up the middle of the field to the 20, meets a wall at the 25, and then gets driven backwards from there. I believe that was Turner again on that return. And with 8:06 to play here in quarter number 3, Spring Valley will have their second possession of this second half, now down by a 28-0 score as Martinsburg, after the INT for Hudson Clement, goes 50 yards in 9 plays, 3 minutes 36 seconds, 21 yards on the touchdown pass as Bajan connected with Xavion Kendall, and for Ezra Bajan, his 22nd touchdown pass on the season. Big hole to climb out of now for Spring Valley. Fouch in the shotgun again, an empty backfield. He takes that snap and straight ahead running, gets wrestled down after a pickup of about 3 yards.
Yeah, Dalton Fouch entering this game over 300 yards rushing on the season, but he really hasn't been a factor running the football so far in this ball game. They're a solid pickup of 3, but Martinsburg doing a good job containing Fouch.
Might even give him 4 on that one as they set it down with the football on that 30-yard line. So a second down, about 6 coming. Yeah, looking back at the first half, he only had that 1 carry for 1 yard. Fouch again with that empty backfield. 5 receivers headed out, 2 to his left and 3 to his right. Again, he looks to the near side, runs up the middle and through into the secondary. He's out to the 45 and the 46 and wrestled down there by Roman Pearson. I think the knee went down on that 46-yard line. That is a 16-yard gain. And right now, they're just spreading the field out and then letting the QB go right up the gut.
Yeah, it's 5 wide set for Spring Valley, and it kind of reminds you a little bit of what Parkersburg South tried to do in that second half where they had some good runs. Obviously, this game a little bit more closer, and you'd like to see potentially Spring Valley be able to make it a ball game.
Again, 5 receivers headed out. Fouch giving some instruction to the wideout on this near side. It's a receiver screen. It's going to be caught by Page, and Page will get hit and taken down, and a penalty marker is down as well. And let's see what we're going to get as Page was tackled in Martinsburg territory at the 48.
Good job by Page to hold on to that ball because he got kind of hit from behind and kind of had it in an awkward position.
Holding penalty against Spring Valley, and it looks like it came pretty much right at the line of scrimmage, the 46-yard line, so -10 from there. Their first penalty of the second half and just their third of the game. 3 penalties, 30 yards now.
That's a drive killer now for Spring Valley because you're going to be backed up big time.
Yeah, it should become a first down and 20 now from their own 36. 6:30 on a running third quarter clock, 28-0 Martinsburg. Fouch again with the empty backfield. 3 receivers to the wide side left. Snap is back. Here he comes straight ahead. Runs into the back of the pile, and eventually Cam Shallis is able to fight off of a block and grab him. Got some help from a bunch of his friends. The tackle comes at the 45-yard line after a pickup of 9.
Fouch is running hard, and you wonder maybe if they used him in some of those red zone situations, could he have pounded it in for the Timberwolves, and maybe we're looking at a much different ball game.
Yeah, consider they've been stopped at the Bulldog 33-yard line, down at the Bulldog 1-yard line, again at the Bulldog 27-yard line, and at the Bulldog 6-yard line. So as you've mentioned, Nick, scoring opportunities But so far, nothing on the board for Spring Valley. 28-0 Martinsburg. 5:39 to play, quarter number 3. 2nd and 11 from their own 45. Again, 5 receivers headed out. Snap is back. Fouch to throw. Lets it go. Far side. Grab made. That's Jace Caldwell. Caldwell able to get inside of the 45-yard line, and they'll mark him down, it looks like, at about the 44. And hang on, Sherrod Musgrove flipping over the top of the blocker down there who was trying to help spring Caldwell for a little bit more, and I believe that was Dalton Caldwell. There's no extracurriculars at the end. It's just a player getting kind of tripped up. Fans want something more but won't get it. So it comes down to the 44-yard line in Martinsburg territory, and you got to like that. That's a first down gain.
Yeah, that after that play kind of looked a lot worse than what it actually was. But we're going to have another timeout here by Martinsburg.
So the Bulldogs will call a defensive timeout. Both of these teams used their timeouts a bunch in that first half, getting down to a point late in that first half where neither had one, and Martinsburg would like to have had one or two. May have put more points on the board at the end of the half. Let's take a 30-second break. 5:01 to play in the third. 30 seconds, and then we're back with Martinsburg in front, 28-0.
The Palace Lounge in Martinsburg has a brand new list of daily specials. Monday, stop on in for burger night or enjoy a nice juicy steak every Tuesday and Wednesday. The Palace Lounge also offers freshly steamed shrimp Thursdays and chef specials every Friday and Saturday. Sunday is all-day breakfast, and there are drink specials daily too. So come enjoy the Palace Lounge. You can find them on Facebook or call 304-267-7520. The Palace Lounge is located at 1350 Edwin Miller Boulevard.
Hey, our third quarter presented on TV 10 by the Skinner Law Firm, injury and consumer rights lawyers. Phone 304-245-6613 or go to skinnerfirm.com. Also, Smallwood Small Insurance. They're your total insurance solution at 121 Administrative Drive in Martinsburg. Call them at 304-263-3361. Out of the Bulldog defensive timeout, Spring Valley football, 1st and 10 from Martinsburg 44. Back to throw. Fouch near side. Catch made, and immediately Jace Caldwell taken down by the Bulldog defender, and that is the linebacker Braden Herring who makes the stop, and that's back at the 43-yard line. So actually a gain of 1 on the play. It looked like it might have a chance to go for a few more.
Yeah, really good tackle there in space by Herring. And again, for Spring Valley, they're trying to line up Bartram now in the slot, and they're still keeping that double team on him, and he's just not been a factor. You got to give credit to the Bulldogs.
Yep.
They've really figured out a way to slow him down.
He does not have a catch yet in this one. Has just 1 run for -2 yards. Fouch to throw, near side. Page the catch, taken down by Murphy Clement inside the 40 to the 37-yard line. That gain is good for about 6, and a 3rd and 3 is coming for Spring Valley.
And while Corbin Page is, another Division I player on this offense, he's a big tight end. Like, he's not going to make plays that really kill you necessarily, but so you'll live with that. But Bartram's a guy that can just explode and take over a ball game like he did in this first matchup, and they just completely shut him down.
Just 1 of 5 on third down conversions in the first half. Spring Valley faces 3rd and 3 from the Bulldog 37. Fouch to throw, catch made. Caldwell has the first down as he gets taken down at the 33-yard line. He needed 3. He got 4, and they're using Jace Caldwell, who is normally a running back, a lot more in the passing game here in this second half.
Yeah, especially underneath. That time Corbin Page did get open because Murphy Clement left him for the safety, and the safety never really picked him up. Could have been a big play for Spring Valley, but they were already kind of locked in on Caldwell.
First down and 10 now from that Bulldog 33. Ball on the far side, hash mark as Spring Valley moves from left to right. They go back to the empty backfield. 3 receivers here to the right side, 2 to the left, and it's a deep ball down that far sideline and incomplete. Wow. I think that one went off the hands of Ben Turner, who somehow, as the intended target, got his hands on it amidst double coverage. Sherrod Musgrove down there for Martinsburg on the main coverage, and then Roman Pearson getting down there to help out as well.
Yeah, again, good coverage down the field for Martinsburg, they're allowing a lot of underneath completions, but the deep balls really haven't been there for Spring Valley. And that was one of their keys heading into the game, was they did not want to give up the big plays.
So far they have not. 2nd and 10 from the 33. Again, empty backfield. There is the snap back, and Fouch looking for some running room here to the right, and will get inside of that 30 and down to about the 29-yard line. Dalton Fouch, not big, 5'11", and listed at just 151 pounds, but as you said earlier, Nick, the junior running hard.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's probably one of the leaders on this team, even though he is a junior. You know, as the quarterback, you got to take command of the offense. You're down 28-0, but if you want any chance to come back, if he can kind of get some guys to stay in the ball game, that's key.
Well, right now, Martinsburg will take this, though. Spring Valley's taking a lot of time off the clock. It's the 10th play of the possession that started with 8:06 to play in the third, down to 2:20. Here's a pass deep, far side, and in and out of the hands of the intended target. That was Bartram they were trying to get it to, and a penalty marker comes down.
I don't know about that one. I think the officials, for the most part, have been on top of it with the pass interference calls, but I thought that was pretty good coverage.
Yeah, Bartram had to turn and go up into the air to try to grab that one, and they will say, so they're calling holding against Martinsburg, not pass interference. So it will be plus 10 on the defensive hold that will get marked from the original line of scrimmage. And that is the first penalty of the second half for the Bulldogs, giving them 8 penalties for 50 yards now in this one. So it moves it down to the 19-yard line, which is enough to make it a first down and 10. Now 3 of 7 on third down conversions, 8 first downs for Spring Valley. On first down again with no one in the backfield except the quarterback, Dalton Fouch, giving some directions to the 3 receivers here to the right. It's a screen caught by Page, very quickly hit and taken down. He's going to lose yardage. Murphy Clement there, Jacob Barrick there as well, a whole host of Bulldogs getting in there to make sure the big fella got nothing after the catch.
And that's happened a lot in this game, where they've allowed the underneath completions, but then making the good tackles in space, which has been, such a big thing for Martinsburg, because while they're allowing the completions, they're not allowing any yards after the catch. That time a negative play, a loss of 4.
Second down and long coming. Ball on the near side, hash mark. Again, trip receivers out to this time to the left. That's the wide side of the field. And now a penalty marker is down, and what do we have? Will we have a delay or no? A timeout. Again, that play clock moving very quickly. Let's take the 60-second break with 1:26 to play in the third. Martinsburg leading 28-0.
At the Berkeley County Health Department, our motto is prevent, promote, protect. Since 1935, our mission has been to provide clinical and environmental services to protect the health of the general public. We're committed to building public health in our community by offering a wide range of services, including blood pressure screening, breast and cervical screening, family planning, counseling, lab testing, and more. We perform health inspections to make sure the restaurants you visit are clean, and we prepare and coordinate plans to respond to all hazards. The Berkeley County Health Department, 122 Waverly Court, Martinsburg.
Hi, this is Lauren from Orsini's right here in Martinsburg. Grilling is not just for the boys. We are a Platinum Traeger dealer carrying the Pro Series all the way up to the Timberline Series. We have every flavor of wood pellets along with accessories, rubs, sauces. Not just Traeger, we carry Utz, Meat Church, Lanes, and Dizzy Pig. We also carry a full line of Yeti products. Orsini's has everything to complete your backyard. Visit us at 360 Hack Wilson Way or at Orsinis.com.
Here we go, a second down and 13 from the Bulldog, 22 for the Spring Valley Timberwolves, trailing 28-0 with 1:26 to play in the third. Out of the timeout, let's see what head coach Brad Dingess and his staff came up with. It's a double move, but Fouch doesn't have time to throw. Backpedaling, lets it go. Grab is made over the middle. I believe that is Bartram who made that catch and very quickly taken down by the Bulldog defender. That looks like Fagan, the linebacker. Stop will come at about the 13-yard line.
Yeah, that was kind of one of those where I'm not even certain that Fouch knew who was there or just saw a white jersey over the middle and knew he was either going to get sacked or didn't really have much time to figure it out, but he found Bartram finally for the first time tonight with about a minute to go in this third quarter.
Again, good for about 9. It's a 3rd down and 4 now from that Bulldog 13-yard line. Out of the gun, Fouch takes the snap. He's going to keep it straight ahead running. He's got the first down as he works his way all the way down close to the 5-yard line. Again, this is an impressive drive, and you got to hand it to them for what they are able to accomplish right now. The problem is it too little too late? They are about to have run the final 8 minutes off this third quarter clock. It's actually set down at the 6-yard line where it will be first down and goal to go. 14 seconds, 13, 12, 11, 10, and counting. Fouch taking the snap, straight ahead running, gets down to about the 2 before being turned and driven backwards. Cam Shallis helping on that tackle along with several other Bulldogs. And now let's wait and see. They're going to actually, it looks like, set it at about the 3. Well, the clock has struck zeros. Quarter number 3 is in the books. And hang on, late penalty flag has just come in.
You see the Bulldogs coaches on the field. I'm not certain if this is going to go against Martinsburg or Spring Valley, but they're trying to wave their guys off. They do not want to get a stupid penalty here.
They're going to do offsetting. It's not going to matter.
Right.
Well, what will matter is quarter number 4 is right around the corner after this 60-second break. At the end of 3, Martinsburg leads 28-0.
When will I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How do I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm Philip McCoy, financial advisor with the Mirius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
Mayhem is everywhere.
I'm your new bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs? Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596.
Let's go to quarter number 4. Along with Nick Verzolini, I'm Matt Miller, John Alderton, Isaiah Horner running cameras, Spencer Dupuy down on the sideline, Donna Schaffner, our on-site producer, Colin McLaughlin is our engineer back at the studio. Shout out Scott Bradley tuning in from in the Lynchburg, Virginia area. 2nd and goal to go from the 3-yard line. Spring Valley football trying to cap what has been their most impressive possession of the night. Fouch out of the gun. Again, empty backfield. Wants to throw over the middle and incomplete. Roman Pearson there with very good coverage. A little bit of contact, but that was simply a collision with so many people in the area.
Yeah, it's pretty much both guys kind of running into each other in the middle of the field. Like you said, good coverage by Pearson, taking that underneath route. And look, we've been here before for Spring Valley. I mean, they've been inside the 5 and just haven't been able to convert. Can they finally get on the board and maybe have a chance to come back and make this a football game?
They have converted on, 1, 2, 3 third downs in this possession. It's 3rd and goal from the 3. Crowd chanting defense. Snap goes back. Fouch to throw. Looking far side now, looking near side. Into the back of the end zone. Corbin is there and makes the grab. That is Corbin Page, the big fella, the tight end, 6'6", 251, and the senior right under the goalpost. Makes the catch for the Spring Valley touchdown.
Well, that's a great job by Dalton Fouch to extend that play. Nothing was really there initially. Martinsburg had great coverage, but him extending the play allowed Corbin Page to kind of come back and get open and find him in the back of the end zone.
Extra point attempt from Osser is up, and it is no good. He missed it wide to the left. That could be big. We'll wait and see. Let's take the 60-second break. 11:49 to play in this one, and Martinsburg out in front, 28-6.
Let's go! Drink some beers. Mountaineer Grill and Pub.
Mountaineer Grill and Pub offers many daily specials, including Trivia Night Monday, Karaoke Tuesday, Steak Night Wednesday and Sunday, Thursday night Boneless Wing Night, and on Friday and Saturday nights, there'll be a DJ and or karaoke. And remember, Monday through Friday, happy hour, 11 a.m. to 6 p.m., $2 domestic bottles and $2.50 domestic drafts.
Let's go! Drink some beers! Mountaineer Grill and Pub!
Are you considering selling your home and don't know where to start? Then call Chris Ross and the Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. A Martinsburg High School graduate, Chris knows the local market, and he's proven it as #1 real estate team in West Virginia in 2019. Phone Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams at 304-579-7349 or go to callchrisross.com. Let's celebrate your real estate milestone together.
We give you that drive summary after the ensuing kickoff. Mosser has it on a tee at the 40-yard line to our right down the middle of the field. He'll approach, and it's an onside kick, and it will be taken by a Bulldog up man. Outstanding job to be able to dive out there and get on that loose football, and pulling that one in is Xavion Kendall, the Martinsburg running back. How about this play for Spring Valley? 15 plays, 74 yards, 8 minutes and 17 seconds, 3 yards on the touchdown pass as Fouch connected with Page. And looking at my numbers for Page, his 7th receiving touchdown for Fouch, his 33rd touchdown pass of the year. But is it too little too late with all that time off the clock?
It all depends on what happens here defensively. If you're able to get a 3 and out, then you're fine with it. But if not, if you allow Martinsburg to kill some clock, then it's
they're going to kill it, because right there is Eric King taking a handoff from Ezra Bajan. The Bulldogs scrimmage from their own 44, and that gain is good for about 12 yards in a Martinsburg first. I think you answered your own question even as you were saying it.
Yeah.
Mark it down to the 43-yard line, 13 yards on that gain. King hadn't had a ton of carries in this ball game, but he's been effective when he has toted that football. He had 2 carries for 9 yards prior to that. So now 3 for 22 on 1st and 10. Ezra Bajan awaiting that snap. He's got it. Hands it off again. King just right up the gut, getting into that linebacking core, and some extracurriculars at the end, it looks like, as a Spring Valley player trying to take the football from him while he's on the ground. And that has the Martinsburg faithful a little up in arms. The spot going to come down, it looks like, at the 37-yard line, so that gain's good for about 6.
Well, I don't blame Bartram trying to come up with the football. I mean, you got to make a play now because you're, again, probably not going to stop Martinsburg on the ground. You haven't all night, so the only thing you can really do is force a turnover to get that ball back.
28-6, the Bulldog advantage, 10:28 on a running fourth quarter clock. 2 receivers each way. Ezra Bajan takes that snap, hands it off. That's King again, able to elude a couple of tacklers in the backfield and then get down inside the 35 to about the 33-yard line. Oh, if Cash Gideon could have got one more block, he may have been able to spring to the outside. Instead, looks like
on the Martinsburg bench, I think, or
it might be a sideline warning. Let's hope that it is, as that gain actually goes to the 34-yard lines for a pickup of about 3, and Martinsburg would face a 3rd and 1. And there it is. Yep, sideline warning against that Bulldog sideline. So 3rd and 1 facing the Bulldogs.
Now Spring Valley's going to get a penalty, I think.
Yeah, we just had another flag come in that defense. And it is unsportsmanlike. I'm not sure what was said or done, but that is a very costly penalty, plus 15 yards. And Martinsburg will get the first down. 4 penalties, 45 yards on the night now for Spring Valley. Oh, that one hurts. Yep, first down Bulldogs. They have yet to mark it, and now they are marking that penalty off, and Martinsburg will ultimately get their 20th first down of the night and their 5th conversion in 8 attempts on 3rd down thanks to the penalty. So spotted all the way down to the 19-yard line. First down and 10. And a chance for the Bulldogs to really put this one away, as if they maybe already haven't. Ezra Bajan awaiting that shotgun snap, hands it off. Xavion Kendall running to the right, bounces off a couple of guys like a pinball in the middle of a whole bunch of bumpers dressed in Spring Valley uniforms. And, wow, Kendall able to get to about the 15-yard line. Tell you, like the way he is running here tonight. A pickup of 4.
Yeah, both him and King doing a nice job, and what would probably be at full strength the Murphy Clement job to kill this clock, but we saw Murphy have a little bit of an ankle issue earlier, so relying on these other guys to run it, and they're running hard.
And how about Ezra Bajan, quarterback keeper off the left side, and it looks like he's got the first down inside the 10, marking close to the 8, and that would be a 7-yard gain, and yep, enough for the Bulldogs' 21st first down. From the 8-yard line, first down and goal to go, and Martinsburg is answering in a very big way. The long touchdown drive for Spring Valley as Martinsburg ready to run their 6th play of this possession, just their 2nd possession of this second half. It's been one of those kind of games, limited possession games. Shallis and King in the backfield to the left side of Bajan. There is the handoff, and it's Cam Shallis right up the gut, down inside the 5, diving forward to the 4-yard line. That gain is good for 4, 2nd and goal from there.
Cam Shallis, the one to initiate the contact there on the offensive end. I mean, he's a linebacker for a reason, right? He likes to hit guys.
He runs with that mentality, doesn't he? There is the snap, and Ezra Bajan going to keep it, following those blockers to the goal line. He's in. It's a Martinsburg Bulldog touchdown. That time King and Shallis led the way as Bajan takes it in from 4 yards out, and the Bulldogs answer the Spring Valley touchdown with a touchdown of their own.
How about that from Ezra Bajan, right? I mean, that's not his style. That's not really what he's known for, but a couple of those runs, you know, he's watched Murphy do it. You just follow Eric King and Cam Shallis. That's usually a good idea for some success.
That's his 2nd rushing touchdown. He came in with 1 touchdown on 26 carries for only 6 yards. But Bajan puts him in, and Terwilliger puts the extra point up and through. 8:05 to play, and we take a break with Martinsburg in front, 35-6.
Whether you're heading to a high school, college, or professional football game, Johnny's has all your tailgating go-tos. Delicious wings, meatballs, shrimp, burgers, and dogs. Plus, Johnny's has everything you need to serve it all up. Party trays, utensils, plates, cups, and more. Stop by either of our 2 great locations, 1456 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, and Route 11 South in Chambersburg.
If you're in an accident, the first thing that you have to do is call 911. You have to get medical care immediately.
The next thing you need to do is call us. When you hire us at the Skinner Law Firm, what we do is we are going to investigate your case, and we're going to lay out the options that you have, all at no cost to you.
We will use all of our resources and all of our experience to get you what you deserve.
The Skinner Law Firm, SkinnerFirm.com.
Scoring drive summary, a service of Jason Barrett for State Senate Trusted Leadership Real Solutions. 7 plays, 56 yards, 3 minutes, 42 seconds. 4 yards on the touchdown run for Ezra Bajan. Martinsburg leads 35-6. Ensuing kickoff. Deep ball along the far side, taking it about the 12-yard line. Return man racing towards the middle of the field to the 20-yard line, and then gets spun around and eventually snowed under on the return. Ben Turner. They'll mark him at about the 22-yard line. Great special teams coverage by the Bulldogs. 7:55 to play in quarter number 4. And Martinsburg is going to advance to the semifinal round, barring a major collapse, leading 35-6. It'll be their 34th consecutive home playoff victory here at Coburn Field at David Walker Stadium. And for the Bulldogs, it'll be their 19th consecutive playoff victory since the start of that 2016 season. First down and 10 from their own 22. Back to the left side of the quarterback. 2 receivers each way. Fouch takes the snap. Hands that one off. That's a new tailback out there. And on that carry is Trace Snyder, a 5'6" senior, running to the right, able to pick up about 5 or 6.
And Maybe an official's timeout here?
Yeah, I'm not sure. They are taking their time in spotting the football. There is an official's timeout. Not sure if somebody got a little dinged up. Yeah, Martinsburg has a player. It looks like it might be Fleming, a little slow coming to the sideline. Yeah, Aiden Fleming, so he did hurt himself. They now set the football down along the far side hash mark out at about the 27. So that gain was good for 5 yards.
Could have jammed a finger maybe on that face mask or helmet. Never feels good.
Especially on a cold night like tonight.
Taking that glove off.
Tail back to the left side of the quarterback as Fouch back to throw. Lets it go near side. That's Jace Caldwell who will make that catch. He'll get to about the 33, and 2 penalty markers come flying in. One as the play was going on, one right at the end. I was thinking that the one that was happening during the play may be some form of an illegal block, but I don't know what came at the end.
Looks like Fleming's going to go back in.
Personal foul. And that looks like some kind of helmet-to-helmet contact, apparently, that is going to go against Spring Valley. I guess the question is, where will it be marked from? As it looks like it will come from that 33-yard line after about 6 yards on the pass completion. That is minus 15 on that head or helmet-to-helmet contact. So that would be 5 penalties, 60 yards on Spring Valley. So move that football back to the 18-yard line. It will again be second down, but second and just about 14 it looks like. 7:04 and counting in this one. And Fouch on that quarterback keeper. No place to go. One of the big fellas up the middle. That's Christian Slack. Had him all wrapped up. Slack fired up after making that stop. Mark him at the, looks like 20.
Well, you don't see that too often where a defensive tackle is in a situation where he's one-on-one with a quarterback like Fouch that can make you miss. And Slack just stays home, knows his assignment, and makes the play, and that's a great play by Christian Slack.
After a gain of 2, it brings up a 3rd down and 12. Clock winding as we're under 6.5 minutes left. Back to the right of the quarterback as Fouch takes the snap. Controlled roll to that far side, letting it go deep, and it will be incomplete. Man-to-man coverage with Roman Pearson right there guarding big Corbin Page. And Page unable to come down with it. Again, looked like some hand checking going on, but they were letting him play down that far sideline along the numbers. And now it brings up 4th down and 12.
Well, I mean, it's just been a great job by the Bulldogs secondary tonight. After all the struggles they had down in Huntington, it's just been completely opposite. They've allowed some catches over the middle, really just the one big play where it's just a quick pass and a good run after the catch. But other than that, you know, Martinsburg's not allowing these deep shots down the field to really get open or have any separation.
Crosby short coming on. 23 punts on the season, 29.7 yards the average. He's going to look to punt this one out of there. There is the snap, and he does get that kick away. Oh, off the side of his foot. It hits at the 26 and then bounces out of bounds at the 24-yard line, and the punt will cover just 4 yards. Oh, that is not what Spring Valley wanted or needed in that situation, as Martinsburg will have outstanding field position with a chance to punch one more in and really make a statement at the end of this one.
Yeah, I mean, it just kind of goes with how this game's gone for Spring Valley at times. Just, you know, had some opportunities to definitely at least make it a ball game, but unable to convert in some key situations, and now you're setting up Martinsburg with another short field.
1st and 10 from the 24 of the Timberwolves as Rabajian at quarterback hands it off, and that's Eric King straight ahead, getting into that secondary inside the 20 and taken down at the 18-yard line. Pickup of about 6, 2nd and 4 coming. Very patient running there for the big fella as King let everything set up in front of him and then able to pick up 6 yards.
And King having to adjust his shoe. I wasn't quite certain what was wrong with him initially, but he was just trying to get his cleat back on.
He's got 37 yards now on 6 carries. You'd love to see him find pay dirt. Snap is back. He'll be a lead blocker for Bajent and follows that lead block of King inside the 10 down to the 9-yard line. So a 9-yard gain, and Martinsburg will have first down and goal to go. Bajent picking up some good rushing yardage now. He's up to 22 on 4 carries. Nearing 5 minutes left in this one, 35-6. Martinsburg out in front, ready to improve on this season to 11 wins and 1 loss through 12 games and head to the semifinals where they would host either Jefferson or Bridgeport next weekend. Handoff going to King, running here to the right. Gets outside the numbers to the sideline and steps out of bounds. Let's see where they're going to spot him. Looks like he does pick up a couple, about 2 maybe. Matthew Hall a little slow to get up, a linebacker for Spring Valley, who was over there to help push him out after that 2-yard pickup.
Yeah, Eric King, he doesn't look like the kind of guy that can get to the outside on you a whole lot, but he does have that deceptive speed and just runs really hard. I think, if he gets some more opportunities for Martinsburg next season, he could be a really good running back for them.
Second down, goal to go from the 7. Ball on the near side, hash mark. Ezra Bajent started left, now cuts back to his right. Gets down to the 1-yard line, takes a pretty good hit, and gets driven backwards. Bajent not real big, 5'11", 160, and the junior took a real big hit. They're going to spot it down at the 3-yard line, so that game was good for just about 4, and Martinsburg will face third down and goal to go from that 3.
Yeah, and after taking that hit, I don't think Martinsburg is going to run that play again.
Let's give it to somebody a little bigger, right?
Yeah. I mean, look, Ezra runs hard. I mean, he's a tough kid, but you don't want your starting quarterback to take shots like that, especially in a 35-6 game.
Offset eye backfield, and wow, Bajent keeps this one and gets taken down right away. That was Jacob Barrick in the backfield. Wondered if he might get that carry with Cam Shallis as a lead blocker. But they did not do it, and Bajent on that keeper got back to the line of scrimmage and nothing more. Now decision time for Coach Sherman and the Bulldogs staff.
Well, I think you might as well go for it. They're going to bring Murphy in. It looks like maybe not. Maybe he wanted to go in. But you might as well go for it because even if you turn it over, I mean, they got to go 96 yards and only 3 minutes left, and you have a 35-6 lead.
They will let time run off of that clock all the way down to 1 second on the play clock, 3:10 on the game clock, and now the Bulldogs burn their second timeout. Let's do just 30, and then we will come back. A 30-second break, 3:10 left to play in this one, in Martinsburg leading 35-6.
Conveniently located at 440 Williamsport Pike in Martinsburg, Sunset Car Wash's staff specializes in keeping your car clean. From our famous 3-minute cloth wash to our touchless automatic and 6 self-serve bays, we offer whatever preference you have for your car wash needs. If your vehicle could talk, it would say, "Take me to Sunset Car Wash." That's Sunset Car Wash at 440 Williamsport Pike in Martinsburg. Locally owned and operated.
Our fourth quarter is presented on TV 10 by Sutton & Janelle, Attorney at Law, a full-service law firm helping individuals, families, and businesses with all of their legal needs. They're at 224 West King Street in Martinsburg, online at suttonandjanelle.com. Also, Chris Ross and the Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams, buying or selling a home. Call Chris Ross at 304-579-7349 or go to callchrisross.com. Here we go. Fourth down, goal to go from the 3. Snap goes back to Bajent. He hands it off. Jacob Barrick running to his left. Hit a couple of times. Keeps the legs churning. And we'll get to about that line of scrimmage. The 3-yard line as they set it down, and a turnover on downs for the Bulldogs. Unable to punch that one in. Now 2 of 3 on fourth down conversions, 5 of 9 on third down conversions. I mean, it's been an all-around very solid game tonight for the Bulldogs as they have that 35-6 lead, and now Spring Valley will take over from their own 3-yard line.
Yeah, and besides, putting up more points, it really doesn't matter there if you get that touchdown or not, so you might as well go for it to try to extend your lead, or if you don't, now you force Spring Valley to go 97 yards in 3 minutes, and with a 35-6 lead, you're probably fine here, unless something ridiculous happens.
It'll be one for the record books, that's for sure. Looks like Snyder back in there as the tailback beside of Fouch, and the handoff going to Snyder, looking for running room off that right side. He gets out to the 10-yard line, and then Murphy Clement wraps him up and brings him down. Mark him close to the 13, and that gain good for about 10 yards and a first down. They do set it right on that 13, and yes, 10 yards on that carry. Snyder has 15 yards on a couple of carries since coming in. 11 first downs now for Spring Valley. Again, unfortunate for them, just a little too late as they're going to wrap up their season. 9 wins and 3 losses. A 5-game winning streak will be snapped with this one here tonight. Down to 2:24 and counting in this one on first down and 10. Handoff again, going to Snyder, and got tripped up in the backfield. Nice play by a Bulldog defensive lineman.
I think it's Hendricks again.
Yes, it is. I want to make sure that number was a 7-5, and it is. E.J. Hendricks, 230-pound sophomore. And that stop comes at the 14, so give him a gain of a yard. Second down and 9 coming, and really all we're waiting for now is to run the final 2 minutes off the clock. Well, now down to about 1:47. Martinsburg will advance to that semifinal game. Will it be Bridgeport or Jefferson? We won't know till tomorrow. They play at 1:30 down at Bridgeport. Snap back, Fouch had to stick that right hand up and grab that one before it went by. He bobbled it and just got back to the, about 12 for a loss of 2 yards. That one could have been a lot worse if he wasn't able to hang on to it. Clock continues to wind as we near 1 minute left. Third down, roughly 11 yards to go for a first. Back at the 12-yard line. 35-6 Martinsburg. They held that 21-0 lead at the intermission. With under a minute left, the Martinsburg fans beginning to make some noise. There is the handoff in the backfield, and I believe it's Snyder again who's going to work his way out to about the 15-yard line, and it will be fourth down. And the senior a little bit slow in getting up. That's a pickup of 3. He'll have 4 carries for 19 yards on the night. And will Martinsburg get the football back, or will we even have to run a play? I don't think we will. Nope. That is going to be the final play in this one as the play clock is off and the game clock is down to 18, 17, 16. It'll be a fourth down for Spring Valley. No reason to run a play, right? Well, they do come up to the football at the 15-yard line. Let's see if they will decide to run a play or not. Fourth down and about 8. Down to 3, down to 2, down to 1. There is the handoff, and, well, they may as well have not have run that play. They'll lose 5 yards as Snyder gets tackled back at the 10. It's a turnover on downs, but it won't matter anyway. The clock has struck zeros, and the Martinsburg Bulldogs find the third time is the charm as they knock off Spring Valley after losing the last 2 in this matchup between these powerhouse teams. Tonight, Martinsburg gets the playoff win, 35-6, and the Bulldogs will move on to the semifinals where they will host next weekend. More on that as we get into our post-game show. Let's send it back to the studio, a 2-minute timeout, then we return to Coburn Field at David M. Walker Stadium, where Martinsburg has just defeated Spring Valley 35-6.
Hi, I'm Annette McDonald, and I am the designer at Orsini's in Martinsburg, West Virginia. We welcome you into our store to show you a complete line of what we do here. We design your cabinetry, quartz countertops, granite countertops, hardware, anything for the full remodel of your kitchen and your home needs. We also do bathrooms, and we have flooring available too. We make sure that your project with Orsini's is the best in the market. Welcome to Orsini's.
Orsini's.com.
Remember when you were a little kid and saw your first deer? Oh, how cute. As an adult, maybe you've had a different experience. Where'd that come from? Bambi mess up your dream machine? Call Cody's Auto Body today at 304-901-4777 and get the work done right the first time. Cody's Auto Body, 851 Wilston Street in Martinsburg, has a team of auto body professionals with a lifetime of experience putting your ride back together again, regardless of how it got that way. Cody's Auto Body.
WVU Medicine is now offering a new robotic-assisted platform for minimally invasive biopsy in the lung. The ION system by Intuitive allows pulmonologists to diagnose lung cancers earlier and less invasively than ever before. With the ION system, tissue samples can be obtained from hard-to-reach areas of the lung, resulting in earlier diagnosis of smaller nodules and better outcomes for patients. WVU Medicine, the future of surgery is here.
The Palace Lounge in Martinsburg has a brand new list of daily specials. Monday, stop on in for burger night or enjoy a nice juicy steak every Tuesday and Wednesday. The Palace Lounge also offers freshly steamed shrimp Thursdays and chef specials every Friday and Saturday. Sunday is all-day breakfast and there are drink specials daily too. So come enjoy the Palace Lounge. You can find them on Facebook or call 304-267-7520. The Palace Lounge is located at 1350 Edwin Miller Boulevard.
We are back once again here at Coburn Field at David M. Walker Stadium, getting into our post-game show brought to you by the Palace Lounge on Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg. They have a full lunch and dinner menu with daily specials and a clean, comfortable atmosphere. Check out their menu on the Palace Lounge Facebook page. Along with Nick Versalini, I'm Matt Miller. John Alderton, Isaiah Horner running camera, Spencer Dupuis down on the sideline. We'll check in with him and head coach Britt Sherman in just a few moments. Donna Schaffner is our producer on site, and Colin McLaughlin is our engineer back at the studio. Well, Martinsburg getting 3 touchdown runs in the first half from Murphy Clement. One of 3 yards, one of 10 yards, one from 12 yards out, and the Bulldogs led 21-0 at the intermission. Got the second half started by picking off a pass from Spring Valley on just the second play of quarter number 3, and that Hudson Clement turnover led to a 9-play, 50-yard scoring drive as Ezra Bajan connected with, it was the tailback out of the backfield, Xavion Kendall, who pulled it in from 21 yards out. That made it 28-0 Martinsburg. It would be that score until early in the fourth quarter. Spring Valley capped a 15-play, 74-yard, 8-minute, 17-second drive with a 3-yard touchdown pass as Fouch hit Page for the score, but the extra point no good, 28-6 Martinsburg, and the Dogs then get a 4-yard touchdown run from Ezra Bajan on their very next possession, and that would be the final 35-6. So, all right, let's send it down. Britt Sherman standing by with Spencer.
We're not Sherman, you guys able to come out avenge the last game against them in the playoffs?
Yeah, I mean, kids played really well, focused. We're hungry, just played with a lot of effort, played lights out.
And you talked at halftime about that play clock. It obviously didn't get you guys a lot in the second half, able to put a pretty clean second half up, except for some extracurriculars.
Yeah, I mean, he told me that they were making a mistake with it in the first half, so it was a good crew, and they took care of it. And, yeah, I mean, anytime that you're ending someone's season, sometimes career, I mean, it gets a little chippy, but I was proud of my guys for keeping their composure and not, getting ejected or anything like that because we have a game next week.
Yeah. What'd you tell your defense after the game?
Just they played lights out. I mean, Coach Ash does a great job. All those guys who coaching on that side do a great job, and it's just respond, come to play. And just give a lot of effort, and they played lights out.
All right, Coach, congrats on the win.
Thank you.
We'll send it back up to you guys.
So there you go. We hear from the head coach. We have looked back at the scoring. Let's hear a little bit from Nick. What were your thoughts on just the way that this one played out and, Martinsburg kind of taking charge, if you will, in that first half? And you mentioned they didn't finish the last game. They made sure to finish this one.
Yeah, and that was really the difference tonight. I mean, Martinsburg finished their drives, and Spring Valley didn't. Spring Valley had several opportunities in the red zone to at least put up some points. Now, I think Martinsburg still probably finds a way to win, but it could have been a much closer ball game. And, that was really the difference in the game. I think Martinsburg also setting the tone early on with running the football really just right down Spring Valley's throat and just, making them uncomfortable, I think, in the early parts of the game and kind of getting them off their rhythm was really a key. And, Spring Valley, again, a talented football team, a lot of good seniors, but those guys are going to be gone for them. Next year they'll have Fouch back, but they're losing all their weapons. So it's tough to see that those kids play their last game of high school football tonight. But, a good win for Martinsburg and, them able to finish throughout this game, not just play a full 4 quarters, but finish drives was really important.
Well, Martinsburg came out and established the ground game. The last time these two teams met, we mentioned, only 114 rushing yards. They got 202 through the air, but the 5 big turnovers. I've got Martinsburg now with 199 rushing yards in this one. Big difference.
Yeah, and that helps take the pressure off the quarterback. We really didn't see Ezra Bajent throughout the first few drives of the game because they were set on running the Murphy Clement offense, which is a lot of heavy sets, a lot of big runs, and then maybe taking your shots when the defense least expects it. But then he went down with an injury, and Ezra comes in, and he doesn't really take much of a drop off. And once he got loose and started throwing the ball really well, it made Martinsburg a balanced attack. But it started with that ground game. Guys like Eric King and Cam Shallis, they might not show up in the stat sheet of having a big impact, but them leading blocks and doing some good things in the backfield will really stand out if you go back and watch this one again.
Absolutely. All right, let's take a break. After this 2-minute timeout, we return with more of our Palace Lounge postgame show as we take a look at some of the numbers from this one. Again, the final tonight in this quarterfinal round matchup. It's Martinsburg over Spring Valley, 35-6.
When will I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How do I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm Philip McCoy, financial advisor with the Mirius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
This is Chad Lovejoy, currently serving you in the West Virginia House of Delegates. It's been the honor of a lifetime to serve part of Wayne County and Charleston for the past 5 years. I've tried to be a strong voice for the communities of Westmoreland and Spring Valley, which are amazing places in West Virginia to live, work, and raise a family. Next spring, this House district will expand to include Cerrito and Canova, West Virginia's most livable small town and West Virginia's gateway to the West. I've consistently focused my service on our working families, local businesses, public schools, and our first responders. I've stood with our teachers and service personnel, police officers, EMTs, and firefighters, all serving on the front lines. I humbly ask for your vote for me, Chad Lovejoy, to return to the House of Delegates and use this experience for our entire region. Best of luck to the Timberwolves in today's game as we show what it really means to be Spring Valley strong.
Paid for by Lovejoy for House.
This is Ben Copenhaver, your local alarm professional at Dynamark Atlantic Security. Did you know that home break-ins are 6% more likely during the day? That's right. The bad guys know when you're away, and they are smarter than you think. Dynamark Atlantic Security has the security solutions for you. Don't commit the error when the game is on the line. Phone me today at 304-671-2158 to learn how to play good defense against the bad guys. Dynamark Atlantic Security. Call today at 304-671-2158.
Back again on our Palace Lounge postgame show. Time to take a look at some of the numbers tonight, brought to you by Dynamark Atlantic Security. They remind you, don't be a statistic. Protect your family, home, and business with the local alarm professionals at Dynamark Atlantic Security. Call our friend Ben Copenhaver at 304-671-2158. All right, let's begin with Spring Valley and what that Bulldog defense was able to do to shut down a very talented Timberwolves team. We had 24 plays, 121 yards in the first half. In the second half, 26 plays, 97 yards. Would have been over 100 if they just wouldn't have snapped it on that very last one and lost 5 yards. But nonetheless, it's 50 total plays for 218 yards. We had 99 of those on the ground, 119 through the air, 5 of 11 on third down conversions, and 0 of 5 tonight on fourth down conversions, including 0 of 4 in that first half, where, again, Nick, they had some opportunities in that first half, but just could not finish drives, including one where they gave it to Martinsburg inside of that 1 yard line, and then the Bulldogs put together a 99-yard scoring drive.
Yeah, and that surprises you because when you think about physical football teams, Spring Valley comes to mind, at least in the state of West Virginia, as being a team that, converts on those type of plays. But Martinsburg, it will hold them several times there in the red zone, and that ended up being a huge difference, and especially some great tackles there, and just good execution by Martinsburg in the red zone really made a difference in the final score and ultimately the outcome, because if you're able to keep it close, it changes the complete mindset of both teams and how they're going to call their offense.
Spring Valley did have a couple of turnovers as Martinsburg got a pair of interceptions. And as I look back through my stat sheet, I believe it was the Clement brothers. Yes, Murphy had the one in the first half, and Hudson picked one off in the second half. 5 penalties, 60 yards for Spring Valley in this one. Some individual numbers. The starting quarterback, Dalton Fouch, 17 of 27 for 119 yards, the 1 touchdown pass, and the 2 interceptions. He carried 9 times for 44 yards and led the ground attack for this Spring Valley team in that first half. 6 carries for 39 yards coming for their starting tailback, Jace Caldwell. But in the second half, Caldwell did not have a carry, but he did touch the football, 1, 2, 3, 4 different times on receptions out of the backfield, and those tallying up just about 20 yards on those receptions. So that was about it. 5 carries, 14 yards in that final couple of series for Trace Snyder, the senior. Let's turn our attention to Martinsburg. We had the Bulldogs at 34 plays, 281 yards in the first half. In the second half, 22 plays, 112 more yards, so 56 plays, 393 yards, 199 on the ground, and 194 through the air. Martinsburg had 1 turnover and interception back in that first half, but otherwise, man, they scored when they had the football, as they scored on 3 out of 5 possessions in that first half, and it was really the clock at the end of the first half that prevented them from scoring, and even a 5-yard penalty on a delay of game that pushed what would have been a 36-yard field goal attempt back to a 40-yarder, and it fell just short. Would have been good had they not gotten that penalty. In the second half, the only thing that stopped Martinsburg was really the turnover on downs with only 3 minutes left, already out in front, 35-6. They had the 4th and goal from the 3, ran Jacob Barrick, which is a play we really haven't seen much, so, kind of conceding, if you will, I would say at that point. But otherwise, Martinsburg very solid in every possession that they had the football in this one. They were 5 of 9 on third down and 2 of 3 on fourth down, as they were able to really convert and make things happen. Martinsburg did go for 8 penalties for 50 yards, but hey, what's new? Here we go. Let's look at some individual numbers. Ezra Bajan, 7 of 12 passing for 109 yards. He had a 21-yard touchdown pass in quarter number 3. He also had an interception, so 1 pick and 1 touchdown. And Bajan had a 4-yard touchdown run as he had 6 carries for 26 yards, his best rushing performance of the season. 7 carries, 39 yards for Eric King, 5 for 21 for Xavion Kendall. And leading the ground attack, Murphy Clement, 18 carries, 109 yards, including 3 rushing touchdowns in that first half. Martinsburg only threw the ball a couple of times in that second half, really 3, and 2 were completions. 1 was an incompletion. They grounded and pounded in getting the victory here tonight. So that's just a quick look at the numbers, and brought to you by Dynamark Atlantic Security. Again, don't forget you can call our friend Ben Copenhaver at 304-671-2158 to make sure that you, your family, your home, your business are protected with Dynamark Atlantic Security. One more 2-minute timeout. When we come back, we've got a few awards to give out, and then we will finish our portion of the post-game show before sending it back to Colin McLaughlin. He's got scores and more on the Extra Point post-game scoreboard show. Your final in this one again, it is Martinsburg over Spring Valley, 35-6.
If you're in an accident, the first thing that you have to do is call 911. You have to get medical care immediately.
The next thing you need to do is call us. When you hire us at the Skinner Law Firm, what we do is we are going to investigate your case, and we're going to lay out the options that you have, all at no cost to you.
We will use all of our resources and all of our experience to get you what you deserve.
The Skinner Law Firm, SkinnerFirm.com.
This is Eric at Hagerstown Ford. Over the last decade, the way we buy things have evolved. Now, you get on your phone, click Want It, and it shows up at your front door. At Hagerstown Ford, it is that convenient. We've changed the car buying experience on the I-81 corridor forever. And with a return policy better than Walmart, there's absolutely no reason to buy a new or used car, truck, or SUV anywhere else. Just like Amazon, Hagerstown Ford will deliver the vehicle to you, where you are, and on your time. And if you don't want it, return it. No questions asked. Why waste your time at a car dealership playing the dumb back-and-forth games? Besides, we hate it more than you do. I assure you, no dealership from Winchester, Virginia to Washington, D.C. will beat our price. No dealership from Chambersburg, Pennsylvania to Baltimore, Maryland will beat our price. And no other dealership will allow you to return it if you don't want it. Hagerstown Ford absolutely provides the best experience at the best price. Visit HagerstownFord.com to schedule your VIP experience. Click on the vehicle you want and get your new ride delivered to you at no risk. See dealer for details.
Erie Insurance says here's to the grown-ups who move, mortgage, mow, and still bust a move. But does your home insurance still fit? Erie helps you protect the home you've grown into, all at fair prices that are often less than the other guys. So how do you find the right coverage? Magic. Nope. Local independent agents who get to know you like this.
Your local Erie agent in Martinsburg is Smallwood and Small Insurance. Get a quote at smallwoodandsmall.com.
Erie Insurance.
Well, let's make it 19 straight playoff victories now for the Martinsburg Bulldogs and make it 34 in a row here at home. Haven't lost a playoff game at Coburn Field since 2005, and it did not happen again tonight as Martinsburg came out and took charge in this one early on, led 21-0 at the half, and goes on for the 35-6 win over Spring Valley. Time for us to hand out some awards. All right, Nick, let's start with the Cody's Body Shop collision of the game.
I got to go with that goal line stand that Martinsburg had on Shy. You know, Shy had some nice runs in that first game these two teams played, but not tonight, and that kind of really, I think, took a lot of the life out of it for Spring Valley, even though they kept fighting throughout the game. You know, that was a big play that just shifted momentum completely away from Spring Valley, whatever they had built up on that drive, and just really allowed Martinsburg to, I guess, kind of put the just make that stop was a big moment in the game.
Oh, absolutely it was. And as you said, a couple of big hits. He had back-to-back runs where you thought he had a chance, and he got hit and turned sideways and driven back. The Cody's Body Shop collision of the game brought to you by Cody's Body Shop at 851 Wilson Street in Martinsburg. Family owned. They offer superior customer service and great pricing for a job done by experienced certified technicians. Phone them at 304-901-4777 or check out their Facebook page. How about the Kelly Allstate Insurance Good Hands catch of the game?
Well, this guy had several, and I'm going to go with one of his back shoulder catches on the sideline. Jacob Barrick, he was really their go-to receiver today, as Hudson Clement didn't do a ton offensively. He had the big catch to begin the ball game, but Barrick was a guy that they really liked his matchup with his size advantage, and he took advantage of it for a lot of nice catches. But I'm going to go with his back shoulder catch for the good hands catch of the game.
Yeah, Barrick had 4 catches in the first half for 77 yards, added a grab for 12 more in the second half, so 5 catches, 89 yards for Jacob Barrick, who has our catch of the game brought to you by Kelly Allstate Insurance. For all of your insurance needs, give Gary Kelly a call at 304-263-4596 or stop by 724 Lakeview Drive in Martinsburg. All right, the Orsini's electrifying play of the game.
Usually there's a lot of these, but it really Martinsburg kind of grinded it out more in this game. But I'm going to go with the Xavion Kendall 21-yard touchdown reception. A nice catch there, a really good play design, and a good throw by Bajent to kind of put this one away and get the crowd back into it. So I'm going to go with that as my electrifying play of the game.
And that's brought to you by Orsini's Home Store, not just an appliance store any longer. 360 Hack Wilson Way in Martinsburg, online at Orsinis.com. That leads us to the grand prize, if you will, the WVU Medicine Player of the Game. We haven't even talked about it, but I know where you're going.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot of debate. It's got to be Murphy Clement. He just came out and seemed to have a lot of fire and set the tone for this offense with his ability to run the football early in this game, and just a great performance by him, 3 touchdowns, and really, like I said, set the tone and just establish the ground game.
There you go. Murphy Clement, our player of the game, brought to you by WVU Medicine, Berkeley, and Jefferson Medical Centers, leading healthcare here and everywhere. All right, Martinsburg with the victory, 11-1 through 12 games. Congratulations to Spring Valley, an outstanding season, finishing up at 9-3. One of those 9 wins, a big regular season win against Martinsburg, but just could not find a way to get it done here in the postseason. So congratulations and safe travels back home to the Timberwolves and all of their fans. For Martinsburg, they will host a semifinal, and it will be either next Friday, the day after Thanksgiving, which, again, don't forget, according to the SSAC, that could be a 1 o'clock Friday game or a 7:30 on Friday game. If not, it could be 1:30 or 7:30 on Saturday. We'll just have to wait and see, because Martinsburg will face either Jefferson or Bridgeport, and they're not playing until tomorrow. We'll see how it plays out. Either way, I'd expect a pretty good crowd on hand for that semifinal here next week. And once again, we'll bring it to you on Talk Radio, WRNR, and our WRNR YouTube page. TV10 still up in the air with all of the fees and things from the WVSSAC. All right, don't go away. We'll see what else is going on around the playoffs with Colin McLaughlin waiting back at the studio. Right now, though, we wrap it up from here. Thanks to each of our sponsors supporting our coverage of Martinsburg High School football. Thank you for joining us at each of our broadcast entities, and thanks to all involved to be able to help us to be on all of those various broadcast means here tonight. Special thanks goes out to Bill Harper, who keeps stats for Martinsburg, sharing all of that information with us. Davis Moore, the athletic director, both head coaches, providing information and interviews for the broadcast as well. Thanks to John Alderton and Isaiah Horner on the cameras, Spencer Dupuis with a camera and a mic on the sideline, Donna Schaffner, our on-site producer, and thank you, Colin, back at the studio. For Nick Verzolini, I'm Matt Miller, reminding you final score tonight in this one. It's Martinsburg 35 and Spring Valley 6. Until next week, so long, everyone.
The right attorney can make all the difference in the outcome of your case.
I called Sutton and Janelle, the best lawyers you could ask for.
Sutton and Janelle Attorneys at Law. 70 years of collective legal experience, family law, criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, and mediation.
Sutton and Janelle got the most favorable outcome I could have expected.
Visit Sutton and Janelle's new historic location, 224 West King Street in Martinsburg. Online at suttonandjanelle.com. Sutton and Janelle Attorneys at Law. They value your rights and are passionate about your success.
Let's go! Drink some beers! Mountaineer Grill and Pub!
Conveniently located right off 81 at 214 Mid-Atlantic Parkway, Mountaineer Grill and Pub offers many daily specials, including happy hour 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. with $2 domestic bottles and $2.50 domestic drafts. Monday night is trivia night, Thursday night is wing night, and Wednesday and Sunday night is steak night.
Let's go! Drink some beers! Mountaineer Grill and Pub!
Politicians in Washington are pushing a government takeover of Americans' energy consumption. They call it infrastructure. But it's just another bait and switch to enact Green New Deal policies that lead to fewer jobs, higher taxes, and more expensive utility bills for West Virginians. President Biden's so-called infrastructure plans would cost trillions, create a new tax on natural gas, move us closer to banning gas-powered vehicles, and create a crippling California-style renewable energy mandate, all while doing little, if anything, to improve the environment. West Virginians have proudly helped power our nation for decades, and we know the way to improve the environment is through innovation, not government mandates. Senator Manchin can defend our West Virginia values by stopping this extreme partisan power grab. Ask Senator Manchin to keep his promise. Go to wvvalues.org to learn how.
Ollie's VIP Northside is the best local spot to catch all of your favorite high school, college, and pro sports, or to hang out with friends. Ollie's has a great beer and cocktail menu, along with a food menu that will blow you away. Ollie's offers multiple TVs to watch the game of your choice from anywhere at the bar or their outdoor patio with cornhole and fire pit. So stop by and see for yourself today at 36 Veronica Drive in Martinsburg. That's Ollie's VIP Northside. We'll see you for the game.
You need to keep your vehicle in good working order, but car and truck repairs can be very costly. Bears Repair in Martinsburg performs all kinds of auto repairs at prices most often well below their competition. Bears Repair offers tune-ups, oil change and lubrication, small and large engine and transmission repair, wheel balancing, front-end alignment, exhaust system replacement, air conditioning checks, auto inspections, and new tires. Stop by for a free estimate at Bears Repair, 904 Winchester Avenue in Martinsburg. Phone 262-0208. Bears Repair.
All right, welcome into the Home Helpers Home Care of Martinsburg scoreboard show for the post-game. Colin McLaughlin here on Talk Radio WRNR and TV10. And Bulldog Nation, make some noise. Your Bulldogs beat Spring Valley 35-6. Absolutely dominated those Timberwolves and got the revenge, and it was a dish best served cold. Martinsburg will now wait for the winner for tomorrow's game between Bridgeport and Jefferson. Let's now look at the other scores in the state playoffs, starting in AAA. It looks like it should be final. It still says fourth quarter, but it's probably over. I haven't seen a update as of late. Nonetheless, Cabell Midland's going to win over University. The score is 46-21. Huntington beats George Washington 29-13. So the matchup next week on the other side of the bracket for the semifinals will be number 1 Huntington versus number 5 Cabell Midland. In AA, another upset. The 16th seed Fairmont Senior Polar Bears beat the 8th seed Robert C. Byrd 33-28. So the Polar Bears, after knocking off the 1 seed in AA, knock off the 8 and are in the semifinals. Another upset in AA. The 14th seed Bluefield Beavers beat the 6th seed North Marion 35-21 to also advance to the semifinals. And number 2 Independence, after being down 8-6 at the half, put a second half shutout against the 10th seed Roane County and win 22-8. You'll wait to see in AA for the score between Polka and Frankfort as that game takes place tomorrow, the 13v5. In Single A, the only game that went on tonight has the 6th-seeded Williamstown beating the 3rd seed East Hardy. Final score, 44-24. The other 3 games in Single A will be Doddridge County, James Monroe, 2v7. The 4v5 is Ritchie County versus Mount View. And the final one in Single A is the 8th seed Wheeling Central taking on the 16th seed Gilmer County. Those are your scores from around the state. Again, 35-6. Martinsburg beats Spring Valley. Let's look at some NCAA men's basketball. Sad news, Mountaineer fans. West Virginia collapsed in the second half and lost to Marquette 82-71. West Virginia was up 47-35 at the end of half one and were outscored in the second half by 23 points to make it 82-71. Again, tune in tomorrow for more football. We'll have some NCAA Division II playoffs starting as the Shepherd Rams are at home taking on Findlay. It'll be an 11:30 pregame show, noon kickoff there from Ram Stadium in Shepherdstown. Nick Verzolini and Travis Smith will be on the call. Again, you can see that game on TV10 as well as WRNR TV on YouTube with an 11:30 pregame show and a noon kickoff for the Shepherd Rams to start the playoffs in NCAA Division II football. Also in that bracket, you have the 1 seed Kutztown Golden Bears on a bye. They will wait for the winner between New Haven, the 4th seed, and Bentley. And Shepherd, if they win, would play the winner of Notre Dame of Ohio or Slippery Rock. Shepherd 10-1 on the year, playing Findlay, who is 8-3. That's going to wrap things up here from the Home Helpers Home Care of Martinsburg Scoreboard Show. I'm Colin McLaughlin, signing off on Talk Radio WRNR and TV10. Again, the final score, Martinsburg 35, Spring Valley 6. Next week, it'll be either Jefferson or Bridgeport taking on your Bulldogs at Coburn Field. Enjoy the night, everybody. Stay safe, Spring Valley fans, on your trip back home. And go Bulldogs again for another week.
And that concludes today's postgame show. Be sure to tune in each week throughout the regular and postseason for more West Virginia high school football. Today's game has been brought to you by
Bechtel Jewelers, The Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations, Friends of Jason Barrett, Hagerstown Ford, The Medch and Ferretti Law Firm, Kelly Allstate Agency, Milestone Realty, Miller Honda, The Mid-Atlantic Group, The Mirius Group, Orsini's Home Store, The Palace Lounge, Parsons Ford, Rocks, Spring Valley Farm Market, Sunset Car Wash, The Sutton and Janelle Law Firm, Smallwood and Small Insurance, and WVU Medicine, Berkeley Medical Center, and Jefferson Medical Center.
For the best in high school, college, and NFL coverage all season long, keep it tuned in to Talk Radio WRNR Martinsburg. All rights reserved.